Good morning. Welcome to the August 2019 open meeting of the Federal Communications Commission. Madam Secretary, could you please walk us through the agenda for the morning?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to you, Commissioners.
Good morning.
For today's meeting, you will hear 8 items for your consideration. First, you will consider a notice of proposed rulemaking that would propose a 2-phase reverse auction framework for the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund and would propose to commit $20.4 billion in high-cost universal service support to bring high-speed broadband service to millions of unserved Americans. Second, you will consider a report and order that would establish the Digital Opportunity Data Collection, a new data collection that would collect granular geospatial broadband coverage data from fixed broadband providers, and that would make targeted changes to the existing Form 477 to reduce filing burdens. The Commission will also consider a second further notice of proposed rulemaking that would seek comment on enhancing the new data collection, incorporating mobile voice and broadband, and improving satellite broadband reporting. Third, you will consider a report and order that would overhaul the rural health care program by streamlining and simplifying the way health care providers apply for and calculate universal service support amounts, promoting transparency and predictability in the program, and taking new steps to guard against waste, fraud, and abuse. Fourth, you will consider a report and order that would adopt a new optional streamlined application process designed for a class of satellites referred to as small satellites. Fifth, you will consider a report and order that would address calls to 911 from multi-line telephone systems pursuant to Kerry's Law, the conveyance of dispatchable location with 911 calls, as directed by Ray Baum's Act and the consolidation of the Commission's 911 rules. Sixth, you will consider a public notice that would adopt the procedures for auction of certain toll-free numbers in the 833 code. Seventh, you will consider a report and order that would address issues raised by a remand from the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit concerning how franchising authorities may regulate incumbent cable operators. Eighth, you will consider a second report and order that would amend the Commission's Truth to Caller ID rules to implement the anti-spoofing provisions of the Ray Baum's Act. This is your agenda for today. Please note the item listed 7th in the Commission's Sunshine Notice on July 25th and entitled Improving Low-Power FM Radio Service was adopted by the Commission and deleted from today's agenda. Today's first item is entitled Establishing the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund. The first 3 items will be presented by the Wireline Competition Bureau, and Chris Monteith, Chief of the Bureau, will give the introduction for each one.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Strap in to everybody watching, and Ms. Monteith, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I am pleased to present to you today a notice of proposed rulemaking to establish the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund, which takes the next step in closing the digital divide. Leveraging the success of our Connect America Fund program and the 2018 Connect America Fund Phase 2 auction, the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund will award up to $20.4 billion over 10 years to providers that commit to offer voice and broadband services to fixed locations in unserved high-cost areas. The Wireline Competition Bureau would like to acknowledge and thank the teams from the Rural Broadband Auctions Task Force and Office of Economics and Analytics that worked on this notice, as well as our colleagues in the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau, the International Bureau, the Wireless Telecommunications Bureau, and the Office of General Counsel for their helpful input. With me at the table are Sue McNeil, Associate Chief in the Wireline Competition Bureau, Chelsea Fallon, Director, Rural Broadband Auctions Task Force, and Lauren Gary, Attorney Advisor in the Wireline Competition Bureau. Lauren will present the item. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. The notice proposes to establish the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund, a 2-phase reverse auction that will allocate support using a multi-round descending clock auction. to wholly unserved census blocks in Phase 1 and provide support to unserved locations in partially unserved census blocks in Phase 2. The proposed two-phase approach would ensure that completely unserved areas are prioritized so that support can begin to flow quickly while ensuring that other partially served areas are not left behind. The notice proposes to set a budget of at least $20.4 billion in high-cost universal service support for the auction, making available at least $16 billion for Phase 1 for a 10-year support term, and making available the remaining $4.4 billion in support for Phase 2, along with any unawarded Phase 1 support. The notice proposes to adopt technology-neutral standards for services supported by the proposed auction, including establishing a minimum speed of 25.3 megabits per second with a preference for faster speeds, up to gigabit service. The notice next proposes to target support to areas that lack access to both fixed voice and 25.3 megabits per second broadband service. For Phase 1, the notice proposes relying on Form 477 data, and the census blocks included will be reported as completely unserved. The notice also proposes to include at least some unserved census blocks where the cost model suggests the costs of deployment are below the 5250 threshold, but are not served with broadband speeds of 25.3. Next, the notice seeks comment on including a tribal bidding credit to incentivize parties in the auction to bid on and serve tribal census blocks. Lastly, the notice proposes a transition framework for phasing down legacy support and price cap areas and seeks comment on the transition from Connect America Fund Phase 2 model-based support. The Wireline Competition Bureau recommends adoption of this notice of proposed rulemaking and requests editorial privileges conforming only to technical and conforming edits. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation, Ms. Gary, which I understand is your first. Very well
Yes.
done, and may there
Thank
be
you.
many more. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
I will now turn to comments from the bench. Hope you can replicate that. Commissioner O'Reilly.
This being my first statement, this notice takes necessary and appropriate first steps in establishing the FCC's largest and most ambitious universal service funding auction to date, and I'm pleased to support it. Having been a long-standing proponent of reverse auctions to award USF support, I appreciate that this item proposes to adopt many of the same terms as the CAF Phase 2 auction. Distributing broadband funding in this manner is far more effective than doing so via beauty contests like grants. And our use of auction mechanism is one reason I have urged Congress to direct any new federal broadband funding to the Commission. The current item's raw framework is the appropriate departure point to stretch scarce dollars as far as possible and bring broadband to many Americans without service. In traveling our great country, I have witnessed firsthand those communities lacking broadband availability. For the most part, they were located in areas reportedly served by a price cap carrier. Fundamentally, today's item revisits the Commission's previous error in judgment that led to the creation of a CAF Phase 2 right of first refusal for price cap carriers in 2011. While many price cap carriers did deploy broadband in parts of their territory, we should be much further along given the billions of dollars that have already been spent. Today, we are effectively opening access to federal support for any price cap area not adequately served already, as well as other unserved areas in a relatively technology-neutral manner. I was a strong advocate for the latter principle in designing the CAF Phase 2 auction, and I support its application here as well. While many tend to prefer fiber-based solutions, our resources are not unlimited, and our job is to get broadband to all Americans regardless of technology. We simply can't afford to exclude satellite-based providers, especially given the new and exciting possibilities satellite offerings can offer. That being said, I had concerns about certain proposals in the item when it first circulated. Having included such a broad swath of areas eligible for auction, I was worried that the draft did not contain sufficient incentives for providers to bid on the hardest-to-serve census blocks that have never received broadband funding and completely lack broadband infrastructure. Unlike the CAF 2 areas accepted by price cap carriers under the right of first refusal, which will be eligible for Phase 1 despite already offering 25.3 service in certain areas, the remote areas fund areas will likely prove much more challenging. Perhaps we wouldn't have found ourselves in the situation had the RAF been done at a much earlier point, which I long advocated. Given these concerns, I asked the chairman to provide an added financial incentive to serve the most challenging areas, and I thank him and his team for working with my office to come up with a proposal that will help ensure that RAF areas are not left behind. These are the areas we need to prioritize and should be punted to a future auction. Adding such an incentive was especially important to me to counterbalance the item's problematic proposals with regard to tribal areas. My views on this matter are well known now. Under the Commission's universal service mandate, all consumers, tribal or otherwise, should have the option to pursue and purchase high-speed internet access. To me, that means everyone deserves an equal chance when it comes to broadband access, and our policy shouldn't favor certain classes of Americans on the basis of group identity. Enacting such preferences without basis in need is an inefficient use of scarce universal service dollars. That's especially true given the diverse conditions present on tribal lands and the fact that tribal communities certainly aren't the only areas facing problems in obtaining service. I fully acknowledge that some tribal lands are incredibly troubled when it comes to the availability of modern technology and represent some of the poorest areas in our nation. Others, however, are in fact doing quite well and feature high levels of broadband deployment. Just like any other areas in America, there are wealthy tribal areas and poor ones, and it doesn't seem fair to give special treatment to all tribes when a neighboring non-tribal community may have equally poor or even worse broadband availability. That's why I have sufficient and significant concerns over our proposals to implement a tribal broadband factor, which I previously criticized as it applied to the 2018 rate of return reform item, and arguably even more problematic tribal bidding credit. I am willing to accept these components as long as the RAF areas are eligible for similar incentives. Further, I recognize this item is still at the NPRM stage and look forward to the record shedding light on maximizing the auction's efficiency. The bulk of the real work and requisite details on this matter will come in future items. I will vote to approve, and I thank the chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Carr.
Today's decision is more good news in our effort to close the digital divide, to ensure that every American can access next-generation broadband no matter where they live. We're passionate about the opportunities that broadband can bring to rural America because we've all seen the difference that a connection can make. Last year, a provider connected Nye County, Nevada, with fiber. It's a place that didn't even have telephone service until the 1960s, and where before that fiber build, dial-up and painfully slow DSL were the only ways to get online. I met a graphic designer who moved to one of the county's small towns to take care of her mom, who had cancer. Without that fast fiber connection, she couldn't have continued to support herself and be close to her family in their time of need. At a kitchen table in Blue River Township, Indiana, I met another mom who realized her dream of reuniting her family on their small farm with broadband. Her daughter had moved to a big city to work in advertising, but when the daughter became pregnant with her first child, she wanted to move her growing family back home. A fiber line recently plowed through cornfields made that possible. It allowed the daughter to work remotely and keep her ad job while bringing the family back together in rural Indiana. It's because of stories like these, stories of jobs, education, opportunity, and the chance to bring families together, that I'm excited about the Commission's next great investment in rural internet. The fund and auction we propose today would make available more than $20 billion over the next decade. Those are significant resources, but we know that they're needed to meet the challenge. Because while this commission has made great progress in closing the digital divide, nearing it by nearly 20% last year alone, the problem remains stubborn as we reach the most remote and underserved communities. Today's proposal will go a long way towards reaching those hardest to serve parts of the country. It does so by proposing 10-year support terms which provide the certainty needed for these builds. It seeks comment on subscribership milestones, which can ensure efficient builds in the delivery of services that consumers will purchase. And it gives greater weight to offerings that can serve as the backbone for 5G services, which can help support a broad array of next-gen builds. I'd like to thank my colleagues as well for agreeing to seek comment on a series of additional ideas. First, instead of treating every community with less than 25 megabit per second fixed broadband the same, we now ask whether we should take a more granular approach. This might allow the FCC to prioritize communities that are truly unserved today over areas that already have 10 or 20 megabit per second fixed broadband options. In addition, I'm glad my colleagues agreed to ask whether mobile wireless offerings should be considered as part of that prioritization process, which could elevate the needs of communities that might have zero fixed or mobile service today. Second, we now ask whether there are more efficient ways to group census blocks in the auction, opening the proceeding to ideas that could achieve our goals without unnecessary federal outlays. Third, we now ask for feedback on how we might identify builds that are not succeeding earlier in the process so we can ensure that ratepayer dollars are used wisely. So thank you to the chairman for laying out a long-term commitment to closing the digital divide. Thank you again to my colleagues for working with me on improving the item. And as always, I want to thank the Wireline Competition Bureau and the task force for all your work on the item. It has my support.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Rosenworcel.
Thanks. I believe the future belongs to the connected. No matter who you are or where you live, you need access to modern communications to have a fair shot at 21st century success. I also believe that if you want to understand the infrastructure of the future and how to build communications that will connect us all, you need to start by looking back. So I want to discuss the effort a century ago to bring another technological innovation to light, namely electricity. You see, in the 1920s, they just roared for city dwellers in the United States. Automobiles, telephones, movies, and radio crept into the culture, changing so much of civic and commercial life. But while our urban corridors benefited from these innovations, rural communities were often left in the dark. In fact, during this period, while 90% of urban residents had access to power, only 10% of rural areas did. This was the electricity divide, and it was a persistent problem. Power companies insisted it was just too expensive to electrify rural areas. The math was hard, the odds at profit long. Does that sound familiar? So policymakers in the United States in the 1930s decided that instead of waiting for this divide to fix itself, they would do something about it. They pushed energy infrastructure out to rural areas in the Rural Electrification Act. I think this history is powerful. It's a reminder that we can help build infrastructure with the right policies in place. We can solve problems and do audacious things with the right policies in place. And we can bring more opportunity to more places across the country with the right policies in place. Now, the United States saw this so clearly with electricity. So following passage of the Rural Electrification Act, policymakers got to work. And you know where they started? They started with maps. Rural electrification authorities set out across the countryside to start their effort by mapping where service was and was not. And those maps actually still exist today. They are frayed historic documents, but they're evidence that real work was done to identify the location of electric systems, transmission facilities, and farms with and without electricity. In other words, those maps helped ensure that the nation's policies were properly targeted to the areas that needed them most. I think this history is instructive, because what we need now is a Rural Digitization Act patterned on the success of the Rural Electrification Act. The parallels are real. Today's digital divide looks a lot like last century's electricity divide. You see it in the limited presence of digital infrastructure in rural areas, the hard economics of deployment, and the lack of opportunities that result. I think this framework and the idea of a Rural Digitization Act should inform our next big effort to expand broadband. So I think we should take our cues from the work to expand electricity in the past. Just like we did nearly a century ago, we need to begin with where infrastructure is and is not. We need to start with data. We need to develop maps. Of course, right now, the FCC has broadband maps from operators, and that's good for starters. But we need to do a whole lot better. Our maps need to be more granular. Then they need to be verified. I want us to test what we have here in Washington with spot checks in the field, challenges from local authorities, and data from consumer crowdsourcing. This mapping effort is not going to be simple, but it's vitally important. It's where we need to begin if we want to understand the state of deployment and ensure digital infrastructure reaches everyone everywhere. After all, we will never be able to manage what we do not measure. That's why today's rulemaking is so important. But there's something fundamentally wrong here. We do not start with maps. We do not start with data. In fact, take a look at the draft rulemaking before us, and it barely mentions the fact that we have a separate proceeding that we are voting on today involving maps. In fact, this rulemaking rushes past that effort and simply proposes a successor to our existing Connect America Fund, distributing $16 billion before any new data comes before this agency, before any new maps are developed. I understand the impulse to move fast. I know that we need to be working at warp speed to get modern communications to too many places that have waited too long for digital opportunity. So let's do it. But let's commit to doing it right. This is putting the cart before the horse. Even carriers that might be beneficiaries of these funds have urged us to get the mapping right first. After all, the decisions we make now will direct funds for broadband for the next decade. So choosing where these funds go for the next 10 years without having accurate data is a problem. It's also a shame that as we plan for our next decade, our goals are so modest. We should be aiming high with broadband speeds faster than today's standard of 25 megabits. If you look back 10 years, you'll find that the FCC's broadband standard a decade ago was 200 kilobits. That's comically slow today. But with this proposal, we're taking today's standard and assuming it makes sense 10 years hence. That's not right. Thinking small didn't deliver the Rural Electrification Act and light up the countryside. It's time to think bigger and bolder, and it's time to do it informed by good data. Now, I support this rulemaking in principle, but the proposal here misses the mark. We need to take a cue from our success in the past and address rural digitization like we did rural electrification. We need maps before money. We need data before deployment. I approve in part and dissent in part.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Starks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Internet inequality in the United States is deepening, and we see it across rural and tribal America and cities that have either been left behind from fast broadband deployments or cities that are left to make do with speeds and technologies that are too slow and long obsolete. The vitality and very existence of communities is threatened where there is no affordable quality broadband connections available. Students are unable to use the digital tools that are bringing the world into the classroom for their peers. Patients are unable to take advantage of new developments in telehealth and must continue to drive, often for hours, to distant urban centers for medical treatment. And of course, I hear wherever I travel, young residents are increasingly leaving these rural communities, taking with them all that those communities have invested in them. The common factor here is that these communities are missing quality broadband, and making sure that everyone in the U.S. has access to that quality, affordable broadband is my highest priority and an important job here at the Commission. The Universal Service Fund is, of course, our best tool to deliver quality broadband to all. It is certainly right to think about the future of the program as today's NPRM does, and it is important to have a plan to ensure that Universal Service Fund continues in the upcoming decade, but I don't agree with some of the fundamental proposals in the NPRM before us. Our experience with using USF to support broadband build-out has shown us that we have to understand in detail the problem we are trying to solve before us and before we spend money to solve it. If we don't, we run the risk of throwing money to the wind and hoping that it lands in the places where it will help the most. Specifically, we have learned that in order to understand the problem, we need to know where broadband service is and is not available in the United States. As members of Congress, stakeholders, and thousands of people across the country have told us, the broadband data that we collect through the current Form 477 process and the maps that we create with it do not give us a clear understanding of where broadband is and is not deployed. I am surprised, therefore, that the Commission proposes spending $16 billion, nearly three-quarters of the USF support the FCC intends to use over the upcoming decade, without an improvement, critical improvement to the data it will use, and without any reliance on updated and improved maps to tell us where the money should go. I understand that the 477 data may, when it is filed accurately or when the Commission identifies and fixes errors it corrects, be useful in identifying census blocks that lack broadband service. But the fact of the matter is, this is the same data set from which the barrier-free issue happened, with its overstatement of service by more than 60 million lines. And simply put, I'm not altogether confident that this data tells us where broadband is and is not deployed. And as long as the Commission continues to use this data for policymaking, it is our responsibility to ensure that it is accurate and as reliable as possible. The proposed Rural Digital Opportunity Fund we are considering today appears to have involved making choices between how quickly to act to hold the next USF support auction, how much money to allocate in the auction, how long the support provided in the auction will last, and how confident the Commission is in the accuracy of the data underlying the auction. These choices are, of course, interrelated. The quicker the time to auction, the less time there is to ensure the data is accurate. And the higher the budget and the longer the term of support, the greater the consequences of having inaccuracies in the underlying data for USF targeting dollars. It appears to me that the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund proposal today is choosing speed to auction over accuracy. At the same time, this choice includes that $16 billion budget and a long term of service, 10 years. I don't think these strike the right balance. If speed to auction is the primary concern, I certainly understand the urgency of getting support out to the areas that need it most. The Commission could have chosen to proceed rapidly, but with a smaller initial budget and a shorter service term to get service out to those areas that need it the most, while bringing the digital opportunity data collection that we're going to vote on up to speed today. And when the improved data and maps are then ready, the Commission could proceed with the additional support for longer terms. That is not our approach today. Ultimately, I think that plans for the future of the Universal Service need to start from a foundation of accurate data, build from there, and I'm hopeful that the digital opportunity data collection we're launching today will lead to such a foundation, but I have concerns about starting the next phase of the Commission's USF program without better data and maps in place. That said, I certainly do recognize that today's action builds off the success of the Commission's Connect America Fund support auction, and that it contains many good ideas for continuing the Commission's work in this area. I do look forward to reviewing the record, working with my colleagues to plan and shape for the future of the Universal Service. This is our greatest responsibility, the mission of eliminating internet inequality everywhere. It is important, and the dollars are too precious to get this wrong. Thank you to the Wireline staff for their long commitment to ensuring that USF works to make high-quality broadband available throughout the U.S. and for everyone on their work.
Thank you, Commissioner. This past April, I first announced my vision for the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund in the White House's Roosevelt Room, alongside the President of the United States. It was a fitting setting for announcing the FCC's single biggest step yet to close the digital divide, which is our top priority. Today, I'm pleased that the Commission is taking the next step toward executing that vision and bringing the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund and broadband connectivity for millions of unserved Americans to fruition. This past May, I saw a glimpse of the exciting future ahead for consumers in the areas that will be connected through this new fund. I visited the town of Okmulgee, Oklahoma, a small town about 2 hours east of Oklahoma City. It's home to the East Central Electric Cooperative. And thanks in part to support awarded through the FCC's recent Connect America Fund Phase 2 reverse auction, or CAF2, this electric cooperative will build gigabit speed connections to thousands of locations in rural Oklahoma, including many occupied by tribal residents of the Creek Nation. We want similar results on an even greater scale from the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund. And to get there, we will apply lessons learned from CAF2. First and foremost, we're going to conduct a reverse auction. Simply put, the CAF2 reverse auction produced higher speed broadband and lower costs. And that is a killer combination that we want to replicate. And with the proposals that we advance today, we believe that the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund will spur the deployment of up to gigabit speed broadband networks for millions of rural Americans over the next decade. Now, the new fund's reverse auction will have 2 phases. Phase 1 will allocate support to wholly unserved census blocks, that is, those areas where our existing data tell us there's no service at all, in order to make sure that the areas most in need will get broadband service as quickly as feasible. Then, Phase 2 will fill in the remaining coverage gaps by supporting networks that will serve partially unserved census blocks, along with areas not won in Phase 1. Phase 2 will leverage the new granular, precise broadband mapping approach that the FCC will adopt later today. And to be sure, some have suggested that we should not move forward on Phase 1 until the data needed for Phase 2 has been collected. But I strongly oppose this idea. Indeed, it makes about as much sense as deciding not to provide medicine to anyone suffering from an illness outbreak until everyone who is sick from that outbreak has been identified. There is simply no reason to delay action to provide broadband digital opportunity to Americans we know don't have access to it. And today's notice proposes other consumer-friendly steps. For instance, we're eliminating support for 10 megabit per second service in this auction. The FCC has defined broadband as 25 megabits per second for some time now, and in any case, the CAF2 experience suggests that providing support for 10 megabit per second service isn't necessary. Over 99% of the locations won in that auction will get 25 megabits per second service or greater. And we're exploring ways to make eligible for auction support additional areas that haven't previously qualified but are still on the wrong side of the digital divide. In short, we are proposing to connect more Americans to faster broadband networks more cost-effectively than any other universal service program has ever done. I'm excited about what this initiative will mean for rural Americans who need broadband to start a business, to educate a child, to grow crops, to raise livestock, to get access to telehealth, and to do all of the other great things that broadband allows. And I look forward to kicking off this new auction next year. So thank you to the dedicated staff who worked on this item from the Wireline Competition Bureau, the Rural Broadband Auctions Task Force, the Office of Economics and Analytics, the Wireless Telecommunications Bureau, the International Bureau, the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau, and the Office of General Counsel. This was a heavy lift, and you lifted it. With that, we will proceed to a vote. Commissioner O'Reilly?
Aye.
Commissioner Carr?
Approve.
Commissioner Rosenworcel?
Approve in part, dissent in part.
Commissioner Stark?
Approve in part, dissent in part.
The chair votes to approve. The item is adopted with editorial privileges granted as requested. Thanks again for the work. Madam Secretary, could you please take us to item number 2 on today's agenda?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, the next item presented by the Wireline Competition Bureau is entitled Digital Opportunity Data Collection.
All right, Ms. Monteith, whenever your team is ready to go, the floor is yours again.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, The Wireline Competition Bureau, Wireless Telecommunications Bureau, International Bureau, and Office of Economics and Analytics are pleased to present for your consideration a report and order and second further notice of proposed rulemaking that takes steps to address the granularity and preciseness of the Commission's broadband deployment data collection, recognizing that understanding where broadband is available and where it is not is critical to our efforts to close the digital divide. I'd like to thank the entire cross-agency team for their hard work on this item. Seated at the table with me from the Wireless Telecommunications Bureau are Don Stockdale, Chief of the Bureau, and Aaron Boone, Acting Deputy Chief of the Bureau's Competition and Infrastructure Policy Division. From the International Bureau are Jim Schlichting, Senior Deputy Bureau Chief, and Denise Coca, Chief of the Bureau's Telecommunications and Analysis Division. And from the Office of Economics and Analytics are Julia McHenry, Acting Chief, and Ken Lynch, Chief of the Industry Analysis Division. Joining me from the Wireline Competition Bureau are Kirk Berge, Chief of Staff of the Bureau, and Mike Ray, Attorney Advisor in WCB's Competition Policy Division. Mike will now present the item. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners.
Morning.
The item before you seeks to ensure that the Commission has access to more granular and precise fixed broadband deployment data in order to effectively target universal service funding to fill the gaps in broadband coverage. If adopted, the item would establish the Digital Opportunity Data Collection, a new data collection that will allow the Commission to accurately target universal service support where it is needed by collecting precise and granular broadband availability data from service providers, as well as by including a mechanism for incorporating public feedback into the data. This new data collection, entirely separate from the Form 477 collection, would require all fixed broadband providers to submit broadband coverage maps delineating precisely where they make fixed broadband service available to end users. Fixed broadband providers in the new collection would be required to submit maps depicting the areas where they offer broadband service for each combination of download speed, upload speed, and technology. The item would direct the Universal Service Administrative Company, or USAC, with oversight by Commission staff, to develop the new online portals to accept broadband coverage maps from fixed providers, as well as public feedback on the accuracy of these broadband maps. Fixed broadband providers would be required to file initial service availability reports within 6 months of a public notice from Commission staff announcing the availability of the new collection platform, and they must submit updates within 6 months of completing new deployments, making changes to existing offerings, or otherwise acquiring new or selling existing broadband-capable network facilities that affect the data submitted on their filings. If adopted, the report and order would leave the current Form 477 collection in place, but make targeted changes to improve its quality while reducing reporting burdens for all providers. Among these changes are the collection of mobile subscriber data at the census tract level and treating as public the mobile provider's minimum advertised or expected speed data. The second further notice, if adopted, would seek comment on certain aspects of the new collection to improve the accuracy and usefulness of fixed broadband deployment reporting, how to incorporate mobile wireless coverage data into the new collection, how to integrate crowdsourcing as an on-the-ground check on the deployment data submitted by wireless providers, and on how to improve satellite broadband deployment data. The second further notice also would seek comment on sunsetting the broadband deployment data collection that is part of the Form 477 after the new collection has been established. The bureaus and the Office of Economics and Analytics recommend adoption of this item and request editorial privileges extending only to technical and conforming edits. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. We'll now turn to comments from the bench, beginning with Commissioner O'Reilly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the hard work that went into this item to fix the Commission's broken mapping process, and I will support it. Like some of the very laudable mapping bills being considered by Congress, including those by Chairman Wicker and Senator Capito, this item takes important steps in creating a more accurate and useful picture of broadband coverage, which should allow the Commission's universal service policies to better focus on those millions of Americans left behind without access to broadband service today. While I generally support the steps we take, especially the use of polygon-based approach that is front and center of our action today and one that I've previously endorsed, I do wonder about the soundness of the decision to hand USAC the role of administrator of the mapping portal. Given the extraordinary amount of new work the Commission plans to assign to USAC over the coming years, I have many questions about the latter's competence and bandwidth to perform this added role. And I'm especially apprehensive in view of my longstanding concerns over insufficient transparency in the administrator's operations and inadequate oversight by the Commission. Quite frankly, USAC has been unresponsive to many members of Congress, industry participants, and even FCC commissioners from time to time, and it can often seem like a black hole. I have to trust the Chairman's decision to take this approach in the current item, but I hope further reforms of USAC are in the offering. For instance, while the draft indicates that USAC is expected to bid out many of the sub-functions, which is welcome, in my opinion, bidding out the administrator's role in entirety would have seemed more efficient, transparent, and fair to ratepayers. In fact, if it were up to me, I would go much further and bid out all of USAC's functions entirely. At a minimum, it would have been advisable to have conducted a cost run or calculated how much time the portal will take to implement before assigning this substantial role. In response to these concerns, a reasonable argument was made that it was necessary to appoint USAC given the latter's role in administering the whole USF. However, if that is the case, then I believe that USAC ought to indeed use the map to administrate the whole USF. In other words, the new map, if successfully established, should be used fulsomely across all the programs that provide support for broadband deployment and not just the high-cost program. As I've stated in the past, one of the problems inherent to USF administration is insufficient coordination among the programs, which has resulted in easily preventable waste and gross inefficiencies. This is certainly evident in recent examples of E-rate funded overbuilding of existing fiber-based providers, including recipients of high-cost funding. While originally brought to my attention by a group of Texas ACAM carriers, the Commission now has been made aware of examples in at least 7 other states where similar USF-funded overbuilding has occurred. We owe it to ratepayers to end this waste, and I'm gratified that the Chairman agreed to add questions to the NPRM on how USAC can use the map to address duplicative funding in the E-rate and rural health care programs. While a broader rulemaking may be necessary to address flaws in the program rules, this is a positive step in addressing the overall overbuilding problem. I further appreciate the Chairman's willingness to add language to clarify the role to be taken by the various bureaus and offices involved in overseeing USAC's development in the mapping portal. Another area of concern relates to the use of crowdsourcing data. While I wholeheartedly support the implementation of a robust challenge process, we must ensure that the criteria for crowdsourced complaints involve objectivity and accountability. It won't help mapping accuracy one bit if we allow the public to submit complaints willy-nilly on the basis of amorphous dissatisfaction with providers or claims of inadequate service that are actually tied to the excessive number of connected devices, broken equipment, or attempts to access Wi-Fi in a remote corner of a consumer's backyard. While much of the details are left to the further notice, I thank the Chairman for agreeing to my request to cabin the use of crowdsourcing in some respects, and for clarifying USAC's purely administrative role in adjudicating conflicting claims. No one should be misled about the amount of work to be done. There remains a long road ahead involving many years to implement the Commission's new mapping framework. I look forward to reviewing the record in response to the further notice and working with my colleagues to make that happen. I thank the Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Carr.
Thanks. Government agencies often struggle with regulatory inertia. Once they adopt a process and everyone gets used to it, things tend to stay that way. They argue about ornaments on a Christmas tree that's still standing in May. They debate whether to add a new fender to the Pinto. Rarely does an agency commit to a fundamental rethink of the process. The FCC's Form 477 has been a case in point. The FCC created the form almost 20 years ago to assess local voice competition and collect data on advanced telecommunications. Back then, less than half of Americans had internet access at home, and almost all of those were dial-up. Yet today, we're still using substantially the same form to assess the deployment of networks that weren't even imagined at the time of the FCC's 2000 data collection order. And over time, We've used Form 477 for purposes it wasn't built for. Over the past 10 years alone, prior FCCs made at least a dozen major funding decisions, doling out billions of dollars of USF funds based on these data sets. These decisions have had real and lasting impacts on communities across the country, affecting education, healthcare, jobs, and the economy. And every couple years, the FCC has added an ornament or two, adjusted the fender, and then moved on. But today we get rid of the Christmas tree and stop driving the old Pinto. We've heard the message loud and clear. These data sets are no longer good enough. And there's no nibbling around the edges that will change that. So I'm glad that this FCC has the courage to say that it's time to start over. Today we change course and recognize that Form 477 may no longer be fit for its modern uses. With our new digital opportunity data collection, we adopt polygon-based maps that will depict with precision the areas where broadband providers have actually built out networks. We're not going to count entire census blocks as served if just a single location could get service in the future. We direct FCC staff and USAC to start standing up these new maps now so we don't have to rely on 477 any longer than necessary. And our new approach empowers the public and the FCC alike to verify the data that carriers submit. We're not just going to take carriers at their word. And I want to emphasize this trust but verify process and how we've made it more robust than in the original draft. This commission knows that we need to fix our maps, and we know that we must act with urgency. Closing the digital divide is too important of a priority to rely on outdated data. Fortunately, we're not solving this problem by ourselves. Mapping broadband is tremendously valuable to the private sector. It's how companies understand gaps in their network, inform their engineers, make investment decisions, and even market their services. An entire industry that crowdsources speed tests has sprung up as a result. Many of you probably have one or more of these apps on your phone today. And while you can always find a way to improve a particular methodology or map, broadband builders are willing to pay for these data. They're quizzed about them on earnings calls, and they make advertising campaigns centered on them. So today's decision now makes clear that USAC should validate carrier submissions using these commercial applications and resources. I thank my colleagues for agreeing to my edits to push USAC to use these private sector data and to seek comment on a variety of new technologies that may be used to test for mobile coverage. I'm glad that we're standing up this new process. It's time to kick the Christmas tree to the curb, ship the Pinto to the junkyard, to belabor the analogies. And I want to thank the Wireline Bureau for its work. The item has my support.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Rosenworcel.
In the 2nd century, the Greek scholar Claudius I'm going to say this wrong, Ptolemy, plotted the coordinates of thousands of locations across Europe, Asia, and Africa. And his effort married mathematics to map making, and it helped develop the lines we know today as latitude and longitude. But the truth was, he was really just interested in astrology, which required knowing with precision the exact location of someone's birthplace. As one academic suggested, while Ptolemy invented geography, it was actually inspired by a desire for better horoscopes. Now, in the 16th century, European cartographer Gerardus Mercator made the first attempt to mimic the curvature of the Earth on a flat piece of paper. This was a real innovation, and it changed nautical navigation. But unfortunately for Mercator, his travels to gather information for these radically new maps aroused suspicions. He became a target and was imprisoned for heresy. This history of map making is a lot like the maps themselves, fascinating and not without flaw. Maps can change the world and challenge what we think we know. But every map is rooted in the limitations of its time. And it was a little over a decade ago in the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act that the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, or NTIA, was tasked with coming up with the first ever national broadband map depicting the state of broadband across the country. Under the law, this map was designed to be interactive, searchable, and I quote, posted on a worldwide website. The FCC would later assume responsibility for this map from the NTIA. So let's face it, the national broadband map is rooted in its time. It's showing its age. It needs an update. That's because the map simply doesn't provide an accurate picture of where service is and is not all across the country. We need to do better, because everyone needs access to modern communications to have a fair shot at 21st century success. Now, we know too many Americans lack access to broadband, and in fact, according to the agency's most recent report, more than 21 million Americans have no access to high-speed internet service. But there's reason to think the digital divide is a whole lot wider than our official statistics suggest. One study has found that 162 million people across the country do not use the internet at broadband speeds. That turns the digital divide into a yawning chasm. So we've got to figure out what's going on. And I'm not the only one who feels that way. Members of Congress across the political spectrum have criticized our maps. One cabinet official even called the FCC's maps fake news. And while that's a loaded term, it's obvious to everyone here we need to do better. Our wired maps have serious inaccuracies, and our wireless maps are so suspect, they are the subject of an ongoing investigation. So today's effort to improve the data collection that informs our nation's broadband maps comes not a moment too soon. Bring it. We need to fix this mess. The flaws in our existing data collection are all too clear. Right now, FCC data overstates service because if one house or a business in a census block has service, we deem the entire census block served. On top of that, there is no check built into the system for citizens to tell the agency that our data and maps are incorrect. That's why I came up with a hack for them to do it. I set up the email box broadbandfail@fcc.gov and encouraged consumers to write to this agency describing their difficulties securing service and the errors in our maps and data. And they did. Which brings me to today's order and rulemaking. It rightfully starts with the recognition that we can and should do better when it comes to knowing where broadband service is and is not. And I'm here for that. But unfortunately, some big details go unaddressed. For starters, it doesn't answer the question of what will even happen to the national broadband map. Maps are a vital tool for the public to understand the state of service across the country. Why won't we commit to updating this map at the FCC? I fear the result of this effort is going to be killing off the national broadband map and substituting it with an impossible-to-find web page maintained by the Universal Service Administrative Company, and if that's what happens, this agency will have failed. Moreover, the decision to hand off this mammoth undertaking to the administrator of Universal Service funds does not make sense, and I agree with my colleague, Commissioner O'Reilly, on this point. What is the logic behind saddling USAC with these tasks? It has never done a data collection of this magnitude. It is nowhere mentioned in the law. How will they be accountable to the public? Plus, all of their work is paid for by the Universal Service Fund. Right now, there is bipartisan legislation with support from our authorizing committee in the United States Senate that specifically charges the FCC with this data collection and disallows the Universal Service Fund for paying for this effort. It will be an embarrassment if a few months hence we have to rip this up and start all over. In addition, if we want a truly accurate picture of broadband service across the country, we are setting ourselves up for problems by not asking how price and affordability plays a role. Here's the thing, it plays a big one. These flaws are real, and they're going to lead me to dissent in part. But the gist that we need better data animates our efforts today, and I applaud that. Furthermore, the rulemaking takes up some ideas I've put forward, including the use of crowdsourcing, data from postal trucks, and information from applications like the FCC's own speed test app. So this effort is a start, but we have a long way to go before the FCC has an honest accounting of where broadband is and is not all across the country. We have a long way to go before the public can trust that our broadband data is accurate. And we have a long way to go before we build the maps we need, maps that are fully rooted in the digital age.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Starks.
Mr. Chairman, good decisions require good data, and policy decision about broadband deployment are no exception. With billions of dollars of funding at stake, it's imperative that we accurately identify in the U.S. who does and does not have broadband coverage. Only then can we effectively target our limited USF dollars to solving the problems of broadband deployment that are contributing to the growing state of internet inequality. I believe in the promise of broadband and the potential that it unlocks. From telehealth to precision agriculture to enhanced educational opportunities, and now more than ever, reliable, affordable, high-quality internet connection is necessary for success. Making the internet accessible is one of my highest priorities. Currently, the FCC's Form 77 data collection is the primary way the FCC knows where broadband is and is not deployed. And as I've said before, I have issues with this data collection and think it's inadequate. It overstates broadband deployment for the following reasons, briefly. First, according to the way the FCC interprets the data, an entire census block is considered quote-unquote served, even if only a single home is served. This problem is rooted in how the FCC asks for information from service providers, and they're required to send us a list of census blocks they serve, but don't require them to specify whether they serve the whole block or merely a single location. Second, the current Form 477 reporting directions allow providers to report only areas where they actually serve, but also areas where they could serve. Third, mobile broadband service providers must report their minimum advertised speeds instead of actual speeds. And while fast speeds may look great on a spreadsheet here in Washington, they don't mean a lot to residents in rural America if they don't have the speeds that they should get. During the past few years, these problems with the FCC's data and maps have led to a bipartisan, bicameral congressional consensus that the FCC's maps, as Senator Tester said, stink. A cabinet member also called them fake news, and the maps that and the flawed underlying data have become repeat offenders. There is an urgent need for improved broadband maps and data so that the Commission can make better decisions about how to serve and use scarce USF dollars. For the past 2 years, the Commission has been working on how to modernize the Form 477 data program. Following this 2-year effort, I believe the item today is a nudge in the right direction. It does leave many responsibilities delegated, as was pointed out by Commissioner O'Reilly, and many questions unanswered. Notably, no timeline is provided to guarantee when improvements to the data the Commission collects or the maps it creates will be made. And this is a critical issue and calls for decisive action to quickly improve our data and our maps. I'm committed to making the necessary improvements to the way the Commission collects and uses broadband data and the way it uses data generally. In my efforts to work toward increasing the rigor and responsible use of data in the Commission, here is what I am going to be looking for. First, are we asking the right questions? To best accomplish our goals, we need to be intentional and deliberate in the data we ask for to ensure that we have the information needed to make informed decisions and measure our progress. Second, have we established precise technical standards for how this information is to be collected? Our end goal is not to amass mountains of data, to file it away, but rather to use the data to shape and inform our decisions. To do so, the data that the Commission collects must be standardized and interoperable. Third, are we validating and verifying the data we collect? As we've learned from past errors, more must be done to vet and validate data anomalies. After all, how can we close the digital divide if we don't trust the broadband data we collect? Fourth, are we being as transparent as possible with the data we collect? Where possible, our raw data and analyses should be made public. Sharing data doesn't just promote transparency, it also allows for academics, industry, and the public to explore the data to propose new and novel ideas to addressing our pressing challenges. And lastly, And perhaps most importantly, are we using the data to drive and inform our decision-making? USF dollars are limited and precious, and the American people deserve to have their funds put to the best possible use through rigorous, data-driven decision-making. With that, I evaluated the item that we have before us with this framework in mind. I believe that the order in the NPRM, by adopting shapefile reporting and proposing to create a broadband location fabric, asks many of the right questions as it begins the process of establishing the digital opportunity data collection. However, while the item makes a few relatively minor fixes to the Form 477 data collection, it does not address the most glaring problems. Why, you might ask, do we still need to spend time working and fixing 477 data? As I mentioned previously, because the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund NPRM that we just voted proposes to use 477 data as the sole source of information to identify where nearly $16 billion is going to go in the upcoming decade. And for me, as long as Form 477 data continues to play that important a role in the Commission's policy making, it is our responsibility to make it as accurate as possible. To that end, I suggested some changes to fix some glaring problems with the Form 477 data collection. Unfortunately, was not able to reach agreements with the Commission. I also suggested adding several additional questions to the further notice about the format and technical specifications for data that service providers will file. It's important to ask these questions so that when the data arrives here at the FCC, it will be interoperable and will not require extensive processing before we can use it. I'm glad that these suggestions were accepted, and I think the further notice is stronger with these questions included. With regard to validating and verifying data, the Digital Opportunity Data Collection Order looks to crowdsourcing as one measure to check the validity of data that service providers report. These validation methods look good to me as a start. But I urge the Commission to apply lessons that we learned, of course, from Barrier Free and the data issues there to implement stringent validity checks across all of its data to ensure that we detect errors and do not make use of inaccurate data. And on transparency, the Digital Opportunity Data Collection Order adopts a presumption that information filed as part of the new collection is not confidential, and it makes much of the information filed in the Form 477 data collection public. These are welcome developments and will introduce significant transparency in the Commission's handling of data, and kudos on that. Finally, on the question of using data to drive and inform our decision-making, the item today with its shapefile reporting requirements and its proposed broadband serviceable location tool establishes what I hope will become a strong foundation for data-driven policymaking. All told, while the item meets some of my framework and appears to set a promising framework for the digital opportunity data collection, I would have hoped the Commission would have been further along 2 years into this proceeding, and I would have hoped for the glaring problems with the Form 477 data collection to have been addressed. That said, this is a step in the right direction. I look forward to reviewing the record and continuing to push for the improved use of data here at the Commission, and by extension, improved connectivity for all Americans. Thank you for all the hard work.
Thank you, Commissioner. In 2013, the FCC decided to collect fixed broadband data deployment at the census block level. It explained that it was declining to, quote, gather fixed broadband deployment data at a level more granular than the census block, because the added complexity and burden are unlikely at this time to provide a significant insight into how many residences and businesses lack access to service. The Commission's prior leadership then decided to count everyone in a census block as having access to broadband service if any single person in that census block had access to such service. But as the old saying goes, that was then, and this is now. And as circumstances change, so too must the Commission's policies. In particular, as we focus on reforms designed to provide all Americans with access to high-speed broadband service, it becomes more important for us to be able to identify with more precision the declining number of Americans without such access. And that's why in 2017, the Commission, under my leadership, launched a comprehensive review of our broadband deployment data collection, otherwise known as Form 477. We proposed a number of changes to improve the data that we receive. And today, we're adopting critical reforms to improve our broadband maps. Most importantly, we are launching a new fixed broadband mapping effort. Through our digital opportunity data collection, we will go beyond our current census block level reporting and instead require fixed broadband providers to submit granular broadband coverage polygons depicting the areas where they actually have broadband capable networks and make fixed broadband service available. This will give us more precise broadband service availability maps. And critically, we will no longer count everyone in the census block as served if just one person is served. But that's not all. To ensure the reliability of these new maps, we will be incorporating feedback from the public, as well as state, local, and tribal governments. We're also seeking comment on a framework for identifying where Americans live and work with greater precision, which will work in conjunction with the broadband deployment data collection we adopt today to paint the clearest picture yet of which Americans have access to broadband and which do not. Now, the reforms that we are adopting today are especially important to our universal service programs. As many noted in the record, when the FCC reports a partially served area as being served, unserved customers in those areas miss out on vital universal service support that could help deliver broadband services to them. To be sure, the Form 477 broadband deployment data has been an effective tool to help us target universal service support to the least served parts of our country. But as the number of Americans without access to broadband service continues to fall, filling in the gaps in broadband coverage, which means those areas where some but not all homes and businesses have access to broadband, becomes much more pressing. And so we take a fresh and innovative approach to broadband mapping, and we establish a new data collection that will enable us to start filling in those gaps. And given the universal service focus of the new data collection, the Commission also recognizes that it makes sense for the Universal Service Administrative Company, the administrator of all 4 universal service programs, to collect and maintain the broadband mapping data under the expert oversight of the FCC's professional staff. The map will be all the more accurate after being integrated with the High Cost Hub, which is a USAC portal that collects detailed information about broadband deployments made by service providers, funded by the Universal Service High Cost Support mechanisms. Now, one reason why I am pleased we are moving forward with this item is that we'll be putting these new maps to work right away. The Rural Digital Opportunity Fund Notice of Proposed Rulemaking that we just adopted specifically proposes to use the new map to direct more than $4 billion in Phase 2 funding to deploy high-speed broadband networks to serve Americans living in areas of the country where Form 477 census block level reporting has deemed served, but where some residents are actually not served. And this will be real progress for those residents and for their communities. I'd like to thank the cartographers, the economists, and the other experts across the agency for helping us chart our way to closing the digital divide from the Wireline Competition Bureau, the Wireless Telecommunications Bureau, the Office of Economics and Analytics, the International Bureau, and the Office of General Counsel. We really appreciate the hard work. With that, we'll move to a vote. Commissioner O'Reilly?
Aye.
Commissioner Carr?
Approved.
Commissioner Rosenworcel?
Approve in part, dissent in part.
Commissioner Stark?
Approve in part, dissent in part.
The chair votes to approve as well. The item is adopted with the juror privileges granted as requested. Thanks, folks, for the legwork. Madam Secretary, can you please take us to item number 3 on the agenda?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, the third item on your agenda is entitled Promoting Telehealth in Rural America.
All right, all right, all right. Yeah, yes. And Ms. Monteith, whenever your team is ready, the floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, today the Wireline Competition Bureau presents for your consideration a report and order that, if adopted, would reform the rural health care program to promote transparency and predictability and further the efficient allocation of limited program resources while guarding against waste, fraud, and abuse. I would like to thank the Telecommunications Access Policy Division for their work on this item. I would also like to acknowledge the valuable input we received from our colleagues in the Office of General Counsel and the Office of Economics and Analytics. Seated with me at the table from the Wireline Competition Bureau are Trent Harkrader, Deputy Bureau Chief, and from the Telecommunications Access Policy Division, Ryan Palmer, Division Chief, Liz Dragula, Deputy Division Chief, and Darren Fernandez, Attorney Advisor. Darren will now present the item.
Thanks, Chris. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Nearly 60 million people, roughly 1 out of every 5 Americans, live in a rural area. For these Americans, affordable quality health care can be scarce. Geographic isolation combined with low population densities make the provision of sustainable local health care in rural areas a challenge. Many rural areas have also witnessed an increasing number of local health care facilities closing in recent years. Telehealth services are one important solution to the challenge of healthcare access in rural areas by connecting rural patients with general physicians and medical specialists located outside the patient's communities. The Rural Healthcare Program provides support for those connections by funding the telecommunications and advanced communication services that healthcare providers need to bring critical healthcare services to their rural communities. As the demand for robust broadband has increased throughout the country, however, the Rural Healthcare Program has witnessed a dramatic increase in healthcare provider participation. If adopted, this report and order would establish rules and procedures to make the distribution of limited program funds more efficient and equitable, provide predictability and transparency for healthcare and service providers participating in the program, and strengthen safeguards against waste, fraud, and abuse. First, the report and order reforms the distribution of funding in the telecommunications program to promote efficiency and reduce incentives ingrained in the current rules that encourage waste, fraud, and abuse. Second, the report and order targets funding to those rural areas most in need of healthcare services and ensures that eligible rural healthcare providers continue to benefit from RHC program funding by prioritizing support based on rurality and whether the area is medically underserved when demand exceeds available funding. The report and order also increases the majority rural requirement for Healthcare Connect Fund program consortia. Each year that funding requests in the rural healthcare program must be prioritized due to the lack of available funding. Finally, the report and order adopts a series of program-wide rules and procedures to simplify the application process for program participants and make the administration of the rural healthcare program more transparent and predictable. The Bureau recommends adoption of this item and requests editorial privileges with respect to technical and conforming edits. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez, for the presentation, which I am led to understand is your first at a commission meeting. So welcome to the dais and look forward to many more presentations to come.
Thank you.
We'll now turn to Commissioner O'Reilly for his comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the outset, the telecom program arm of the Rural Health Care Program has played a valuable role in improving access to health services in some of the most remote parts of our country, and I'm firmly committed to protecting its viability per our statutory requirement. Due to the circumstances that predate the Commission, vague rules and inefficiencies have plagued the program, and the need for systematic overhaul has become evident. I therefore commend the chairman, staff, and stakeholders for coming up with a plan that will hopefully establish much better predictability and efficiency in the program. As in the case of the previous mapping item, I certainly have some concerns over USAC's ability to complete the seemingly gargantuan task of developing urban and rural rate databases envisioned by the draft in time for funding year 2021, especially given all the other work we assign the administrator today. Despite this, the item can potentially serve as a serious step in the right direction. When the original draft circulated, I raised doubts about the applicability of the new tiered structure onto a state like Alaska, so geographically vast and different that it truly exists in a category of its own. As I saw from my own visit to that state when I first joined the Commission, many villages are outside the road system and are accessible only by air and are in turn extremely complicated and expensive to serve. From the original draft's own map, it was clear that the vast majority of the state would fall into a single tier, creating problematic outcomes for the most isolated villages, both as a matter of policy and in view of our statutory duty to ensure access to rates that are reasonably comparable to those in urban areas of the state. The Commission previously recognized the need for unique treatment of Alaska in numerous instances over the years, including in our high-cost program, and I believe it's critical to carve out state-specific rules here as well. I thank the chairman and staff for their work in adopting the tiered approach to the unique circumstances in Alaska and arriving at the reasonable and administrative feasibility landing spot. I also appreciate the chairman agreed to strike the heightened waiver standard as initially proposed should a strict application of the rules prove problematic in specific instances. Parties always have the right to petition the commission under the existing standard, and it would have not been fair to apply a more heightened standard, particularly one that imposes a task of burdensome as cost study in selective cases. I'm also thankful to the chairman's office for agreeing to strike at my request the decision to import a very problematic E-rate rule into the rural health care program. While cost effectiveness should no doubt drive commission competitive bidding processes, the price as a primary factor rule has done a terrible job in selecting E-rate projects that are actually cost effective. To the extent that the rule is applied myopically within the confines of a singular bidding matrix, it completely fails to take into account whether a given project would be the most cost-effective to the USF as a whole. That has led to USAC permitting very wasteful overbuilds in the E-rate program, often involving recipients of funding on the Commission's own high-cost program, and we should not import those problems over here. And doing so would be especially inappropriate given an ongoing proceeding on changing the E-rate rules to address the rules' role in enabling FCC-funded overbuilding. I'm therefore thankful to the chairman for agreeing to remove that problematic section from the draft and look forward to addressing broader overbuilding issues in due course. While I am hopeful that the new rules will inject much more predictability and efficiency in the program, I remain dismayed by our continued decision to fund urban applicants, even if the latter remain on the lowest rung of priority when demand exceeds available funding. I was not at the commission when it originally decided in 2012 to allow urban provider participation. And while I'm well aware of the policy arguments that have been made in favor of that decision, the bottom line remains that our statutory mandate under Section 254H is restricted to health care providers in rural areas. Well, phasing out the 3-year grace period for majority rural participation in consortium is a positive step. I hope that our next action with respect to this program will be to remove urban funding altogether. Absent Congress changing the law, the money now allocated for urban centers could be used to fund a lot of good in needy rural areas. On a related and final note, I think it's important to recognize that the application of this item is on a prospective basis, with the rate database not going into effect until funding year 2021. Indeed, when the Commission recognizes that its rules are not meeting expectations, it makes all the sense in the world to modify a program on a going-forward basis. However, this principle also raises questions regarding efforts to retroactively alter payments previously committed to providers under rules we acknowledge today are vague and unclear. At some point, the Commission is expected to act on a petition for reconsideration to those recent decisions, and as such, based on the information I've seen so far and the many meetings I've conducted, I have serious concerns regarding our decisions so far. For the reasons mentioned, I will happily support the item before us. And I thank the chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Carr.
Thanks. Healthcare is moving closer to patients. We recognized this revolution in care last month when we advanced my proposal to establish the Connected Care pilot program. The idea is that by using the latest in-home technology, patients can get more frequent and more affordable care. Health professionals can check up more regularly on patients, especially those with chronic illnesses, and can prevent sickness from getting out of control and resulting in expensive hospital stays. I've seen firsthand how telehealth can improve outcomes and reduce costs in addressing diabetes in Mississippi, stroke response in South Carolina, and pain management in West Virginia. The challenge we meet in today's order is related. It's the challenge of connecting rural healthcare facilities. They're the vital link between in-home care and hub hospitals, and they're where most care happens in rural America. One such facility is in the small town of Lenox, South Dakota, which is surrounded by farmland in the state's eastern plains. I visited last year to see for myself how internet can power rural care. Lennox's skilled nursing facility has a connected workstation that they call Johnny 5. It's a dated reference. Through a broadband connection, Johnny 5 allows Lennox patients to visit virtually with a doctor in Sioux Falls or anywhere else. The technology is especially impactful for nursing home patients who often require specialists who just can't afford to be in Lennox full-time. And virtual visits spare elderly patients the uncomfortable and costly rides in ambulances between facilities. The Commission's telehealth program funds broadband connections to these workstations and other vital technology in rural clinics. But in the past few years, the healthcare program has come under strain. Demand for rural healthcare program funds has exceeded the program's budget for the first time. And this has resulted in inconsistency and lack of predictability for both healthcare and broadband providers alike. So the order adopts a number of reforms that seek to prioritize funding and make the program more efficient. I want to focus on one in particular and thank my colleagues for agreeing to include the reform in our decision today. In previous years, the deadline for applying for program funding has been set too close to the start of the program year. In many cases, this didn't give the FCC or program participants enough time to address outstanding issues. So the program year would start, and providers would not know whether they'd be reimbursed. To reduce the likelihood that we see this type of uncertainty, I asked my colleagues to move up the deadline for applications so that USAC could have 90 days before the start of a program year to process applications. The goal is to provide as accurate a funding number as possible before the private sector starts incurring expenses. This added certainty should provide additional stability to the program and hopefully lessen the need for across-the-board cuts once a program year has started. I want to thank my colleagues for their support of this edit, and I'd like to thank the Wireline Bureau for your work on the item. It has my support.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Rosenworcel.
I've seen rural clinics in Montana that use their connectivity to exchange electronic health records on both sides of the digital divide. I've watched as pediatric surgeons in California share their expertise via video with patients many miles away. And I've witnessed village clinics in rural Alaska use broadband to provide first-class care to patients in some of this country's most remote communities. These experiences amaze because they can challenge our traditional notions of healthcare. They make clear that telemedicine can collapse distance and time and enhance the quality of care while also improving outcomes and lowering costs. That's why the Rural Healthcare Program at the FCC is so important. It uses the power of communications to bridge vast distances and help bring care to places where it is most needed. Of course, when this program got its start 2 decades ago, neither communications nor medicine looked much like they do today. Virtual reality, prescription vending machines controlled by doctors at a distance, and electronic health records themselves were still the stuff of science fiction. But today, they become a part of standard medical training and practice. So 1.5 years ago, the FCC embarked on an effort to update this program. And along the way, we raised the program cap to keep up with new demand. Today, the agency finishes that update. We make improvements to program administration. For instance, we codify a gift rule that is designed to prevent graft. We also clarify program procedures, provide additional time for applicants to conduct competitive bidding, and extend service delivery deadlines and make the program data more accessible. These are smart changes, and they have my support. But in other respects, I think this decision falls short. It puts in place a new funding scheme for the telecommunications program that has never been tested, modeled, or assessed for its impact on the rural health facilities that rely on the program today. This creates a truckload of uncertainty for rural America. That's not fair, so on this aspect of the decision, I dissent. The telecommunications program is the very first program the FCC developed for its rural health care support. The demand for its resources now makes up about half of the roughly $500 million in assistance that's annually provided to the entire rural health care program. It is the program relied on by the most rural and remote communities in this country. By statute, the agency provides support to rural health care providers for the difference between the rates they are charged and those for comparable service in urban areas. Now, over the years, as a result of policy changes and changes in technology, it's become more difficult to perform this calculation. In response, today the FCC creates a new funding regime based on the median rates for service in a mix of rural and urban areas in each state. This is complex, so it is hard to unpack the consequences. But for starters, limiting support based on median rates could very easily cut off the most far-flung health facilities in remote locations that depend on these funds for operation. Plus, the map the FCC offered to explain its tiers for rural rates is not at all illuminating. It offers no detail, it is not searchable, and it originally omitted one state entirely. On top of this, late last night, the agency added another tier to its mix of state, urban, and rural rates, making it even harder to understand the very real consequences on the ground. Now, I think a data-driven agency should offer some data about the impact of these changes. I think we should model how it will change the support this program provides to healthcare operations in our most remote areas. We have not done so. Because there is no model, we don't know if this will reduce support available to some rural communities. Without a model, we don't know how these changes could cut off rural health care in Alaska, Texas, Wisconsin, Mississippi, North Dakota, and many more places. Furthermore, I am concerned about the extent to which this agency puts this new regime in the hands of our program administrator. Now, it would be cruel if, as a result of our tinkering here in Washington, we shut our healthcare operations in some of our most remote communities. It didn't have to be like this. There was an easy way to fix these problems. There was a way to address this uncertainty. Those portions of today's order should have been put out for rulemaking and comment. This would give us time to model the impact of these changes before unleashing consequences on patients who rely on this program for basic health care. It would give us time to get it right. That's why a bipartisan group of 15 senators, Senators Wyden, Hoeven, Udall, Cornyn, Capito, Baldwin, Brown, Murkowski, Kramer, Bennett, King, Heinrich, Manchin, Collins, and Sullivan, all urged us to fix this situation before any healthcare facilities are forced to close in rural areas. But I regret that is not what we do today.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Starks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a big believer in the power and potential of telehealth to ultimately save lives, improve care, and transform the way people interact with doctors and their healthcare systems. I come from a family of doctors, and I know what a difference that having the right care and monitoring options available at the right time can make to patients and their families. I've seen firsthand the difference that telehealth can make while visiting with Corey Nieto, the Director of Telehealth Services at the Nevada Health Center Clinic in Amargosa Valley, Nevada. And in this rural clinic, telehealth technology connects distant doctors with patients, bringing expertise and specialty services that would otherwise be unavailable to this community. And I learned during a recent visit to Winston-Salem State University in North Carolina about the Libut Consultorios Médicos, a group of primary care clinics that provide care via telemedicine to North Carolina's Latino community. And I've seen how the Veterans Administration is using telemedicine to have distant specialists diagnose stroke victims and provide life-saving medicines quickly. The Commission's Rural Health Care Program provides essential support to programs like these, and the program isn't just a good idea, it's a program where the FCC is carrying out our obligations under the law. The order that the Commission is adopting today makes the rural health care program with the stated intent of, quote, reforming the program to promote transparency and predictability and to further the efficient allocation of limited program resources, close quote. These are laudable goals that I believe in, and some of the changes the order today makes good common sense and improvements that I support. Some other parts of the order, particularly the new method for determining levels of support, concern me, and I believe are of concern to those who depend on telehealth in the rural health care program. The order does not describe or analyze the expected impact of these changes, and I have similar concerns about the portions of the order that create a new system prioritizing support requests and that adopt new rules for healthcare consortia members. For these reasons, I supported Commissioner Rosenworcel's request to move parts of this order into a further notice. Doing so would have allowed the Commission to develop additional information to learn about the potential impacts and devise additional solutions to address them. This request was not accepted, and so ultimately I will be dissenting from those portions of the order. I am not alone in wanting the Commission to take more time and more analysis before adopting this order. Just yesterday, the entire Alaska congressional delegation sent a letter cautioning against hasty adoption of the order that would contain numerous prospects for unintended consequences that undermine the stability and sustainability of the program. I believe that this order, in considering the impact of many of its proposals, is symptomatic of a larger concern of mine that I've consistently voiced and have voiced even here today, that we at the Commission must do a better job of gathering and using data to power and make decisions and solve problems. For example, one of the major components addressed in today's item is how to determine which urban and rural rates should be compared in order to establish support levels. This is essentially a data question, a data problem. And additional information about the problem would lead to better decisions. And I believe that in this case, and in any case where the Commission faces complex policy decisions, we need to be informed and to make sure that it has the data necessary to fully understand the problem, the policy options, and the impacts that it will have. Only then can we create effective, data-driven policy solutions. I do, however, support portions of the order that do make changes that are good governance and will improve the program. Thank you to the Bureau for their hard work on this order and ongoing efforts to make rural health care a success in bringing the benefits of telehealth, in particular to those who need them most. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. In my time here, I've been known to mention now and then the fact that I was raised in rural Kansas. But my father's story is more relevant here than any anecdote that I could share. When I was growing up, my dad was one of the only urologists for many miles around, and he made countless trips throughout southeast Kansas to make sure that patients in communities without specialists like him could see one when they needed one. However, in recent years, it has become a lot harder for small towns like mine to recruit and to retain specialists. And to add to the problem, many rural hospitals are struggling just to keep the doors open, as a recent visit from the Kansas Hospital Association reminded me. And so it's hard to overstate the value that telemedicine can add to our healthcare system. These transformative technologies are helping to bring advanced healthcare to rural areas across the country. Whether it is transmitting electronic medical records, real-time medical imaging, video conferencing with remote doctors, or enabling specialists to provide remote monitoring of patients in rural healthcare clinics, connectivity between patients and healthcare providers is essential to the 1 in 5 Americans who, as Mr. Fernandez points out, live in rural areas. And indeed, to give just one recent example of what is possible, primary care doctors now can use a connected retinal camera during office visits to catch diabetic retinopathy, the leading cause of blindness among people with diabetes, with the help of a remote ophthalmologist. Now, I, like some of my colleagues, have had the privilege of seeing telemedicine's potential in many parts of the country. I have visited the Cleveland Clinic in Ohio and Ochsner Health System in Louisiana, Christiana Care in Delaware, and the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, the Packard Children's Hospital in California, and the University of Kansas Medical Center, St. Mary's Medical Center in Colorado, and the Moab Regional Hospital in Utah. And I've been to many Veterans Affairs healthcare facilities like the Lecanto Community-Based Outpatient Clinic in Florida, the National Telemental Health Hub in Salt Lake City, the Teleseizure Program in Providence, Rhode Island, and the VA Medical Center in Boise, Idaho. Every one of these visits inspires me and underscores the importance to me of making these success stories the norm across our country. And the FCC's Rural Healthcare Program is our primary way to do that. In recent years, program demand has begun surpassing available funding. And so in December of 2017, I proposed and the Commission began this rulemaking to increase the annual funding cap and to promote greater efficiency and cost effectiveness in the program. Last year, and for the first time in the FCC's history, we increased the funding cap by more than 40%. Now, this was a necessary change, but not a sufficient one to guarantee the program's long-term health. We also need to do more to root out the waste, fraud, and abuse in the program. For every dollar that is misspent is a dollar not devoted to telemedicine and to the patients who need it. And so today, we are taking steps to ensure that every dollar in the program is being spent efficiently. These measures will promote transparency, accountability, and predictability in the rural healthcare program. This order will replace the guesswork with certainty for rural healthcare providers. They will have greater insight into the amount of support that is available for requested services. They'll receive funding decisions more quickly so they can focus on delivering cutting-edge healthcare to their patients. And these reforms will also reduce waste by ending communications service providers' ability to manipulate the calculation of rates for their own benefit. Now, for this last reason, I understand that some service providers are unhappy about some of the steps taken in this order. But the purpose of this program is not to pad their bottom line. It is to make it easier and cheaper for healthcare providers to treat their patients. This is the Rural Healthcare Program, and this FCC is going to continue to do what is necessary and appropriate to ensure that connectivity helps make rural Americans healthier and communities stronger. I'd like to thank the talented staff that put so much time and effort into today's item, from the Wireline Competition Bureau, the Office of Economics and Analytics, and the Office of General Counsel. Because of your work, many Americans are going to be much healthier in the years to come. Thanks for the great work. And with that, we will move to a vote on the item. Commissioner O'Reilly?
Aye.
Commissioner Carr?
Approve.
Commissioner Rosenworcel?
Approve in part, dissent in part.
Commissioner Starks?
Approve in part, dissent in part.
The chair votes to approve as well. The item is adopted. The electoral privilege is granted as requested. Thanks again for the great work. Madam Secretary, to item number 4 we go.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, the fourth item is entitled Streamlining Licensing Procedures for Small Satellites. The item will be presented by the International Bureau, and Jennifer Gilsonen, Assistant Chief of the Bureau, will give the introduction.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And all right.
Good.
And, Mr. Slickling, whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
I think we've got everybody up here.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. On
Afternoon.
behalf of Tom Sullivan, Troy Tanner, and the rest of the International Bureau, I'm pleased to present for your consideration this report and order. The item would create a new streamlined application process available as an option to a new category of small satellites, a fast-developing segment of the commercial satellite communications market. Joining me at the table today are Assistant Bureau Chief Jennifer Gilsonen, the recent Silver Award medal winner,
I was going to mention that myself.
as well as a contingent from the Bureau Satellite Division, Chief Jose Albuquerque, Deputy Chief Carl Kinzinger, Melissa Velez, attorney, and Sam Carty, engineer. And we'd also like to acknowledge the contributions on this item from others in the Satellite Division, including Steve Duell, Sankar Persad, and Brian Murph, as well as colleagues in the Office of General Counsel, the Office of the Managing Director, the Office of Economics and Analytics, the Office of Engineering and Technology, the Wireless Telecommunications Bureaus, and the Enforcement Bureau. It would have been simpler to tell you which bureaus were not involved. But I'd like to now turn it over to Marissa, who will present the item.
Great.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. As a result of recent innovations in the satellite sector, small satellites, often called smallsats, represent a growing number of the satellite applications filed with the Commission. The Commission's existing rules, however, are not well tailored to process applications for these types of satellites, particularly for commercial applications. This report and order would address this issue by adopting a new alternative application process tailored specifically to small satellites and small spacecraft. Under the new rules, applicants whose satellites and systems meet certain characteristics would be able to opt in to a streamlined application process, which would generally result in shorter processing timelines and lower fees as compared with other non-geostationary orbit satellite systems. One of the key characteristics that would define the small satellites eligible for this new process is more limited use of spectrum as compared with the types of non-geostationary systems that provide ubiquitous or always available services. In order to qualify for streamlined processing under the new rules, small satellite applicants would show that their planned systems can share spectrum and will not materially constrain future satellite operations in the frequency band where they are authorized. The license for these systems would be limited to no more than 6 years, and no more than 10 satellites or spacecraft would be authorized under a single license. Applicants would be permitted to file for more than one license, but the proposed operations must continue to satisfy the requirements associated with limited spectrum use. Other characteristics that would need to be met to qualify for streamlined processing include limited orbital lifetime of 6 years or less, upper limits on mass, and deployment into an altitude of 600 kilometers or below unless the satellites have propulsion. Several of these characteristics will help to identify those systems that have a relatively low risk of creating orbital debris and therefore are suitable for streamlined processing. Under the new rules, applicants qualifying for this streamlined process would be exempt from the processing round procedures that are normally applicable to non-geostationary satellite systems. In addition, following grant, licensees would be able to take advantage of a 1-year grace period before needing to post the surety bond that is required under the Commission's rules for systems that are not yet operational. Additionally, the order would adopt a new application fee category for applicants filing under the streamlined small satellite process, with an application fee of $30,000. The International Bureau recommends adoption of this report and order and requests editorial privileges for technical and conforming edits.
Thank you for the presentation. I will now turn to comments from the bench, beginning with Commissioner O'Reilly.
I thank the chair. I'm going to submit my formal statement and just make one point. Facilitating the launch of multiple small sats does raise a lingering and unresolved issue of orbital debris once again. Space used to reserved for a handful of players, but now with cost barriers reduced, technology improved, and commercialization taking hold, the practice of launching satellites has become commonplace. In fact, we do not know exactly which or how many entities will avail themselves of the opportunities we provide today, but with it comes responsibility. All participants must be answerable stewards. Otherwise, space junk from old launches, satellites, or even mishaps could turn space into a hazardous and potentially unusable obstacle course. I thank the chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Carr.
I, too, will cry uncle on this point. To speed things up, I'll submit my statement for the record, provided that we recognize, one, that there was an entertaining and relevant Apollo 11 discussion, and two, that I used the phrase rocket docket in a very entertaining way to describe our streamlining of satellite applications. With that agreed to, I will submit it for the record. You have to, or I'm going to read it, so yeah, it's your choice.
Call that the Pinto of humor. So, yes. Commissioner Rosenworcel.
No, not so lucky. And I'm going to go there with Apollo 11, so you're warned. If you were asked to design a spaceship, I'm willing to bet that the last thing you would draw is the lunar module that brought astronauts Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin to the surface of the moon. It's the most unlikely contraption ever to invade the sky. Imagine a completely non-aerodynamic, multi-sided box with gangly legs jutting out in all the wrong places. It had neither symmetry nor grace. But to this day, that aluminum box, codenamed Eagle, represents one of our country's crowning achievements. And just days ago, we marked the 50th anniversary of Apollo 11. 5 decades on, we still are awed by humanity's first steps on another world. It's an anniversary that draws our curiosity back to the wonder of the heavens. But I actually want to draw attention to one of the most important and least understood successes of the Apollo mission, and that involves digital technology. You see, NASA played a big role in helping develop the digital technologies all around us. When the race to the moon began, integrated circuits, or computer chips, were not a proven technology. But NASA saw that they would be essential to real-time computing, where answers from machines had to follow just seconds after questions were asked. So it was NASA that drove this technology, buying huge volumes of early computer chips. Moreover, it was NASA's uncompromising standards that drove these early chips to 100% reliability, making it possible to fly lunar landers and over time power your smartphone, carry out calculations that support GPS, and so much more. In fact, for 50 years, space-driven technologies have been improving daily life and creating new possibilities right here on the ground. And that includes everything from robotics that offer new surgical capabilities to lithium batteries powering electric cars, to wetsuits that protect deep-sea divers, to cameras that can make panoramic photography a snap. The first space age was an incredible source of innovation. And now a new space age beckons. It means more satellites, more possibilities for exploration, and more opportunities for entrepreneurial activity in our skies. It is inspiring a new generation of innovators, and already we are seeing rockets for space tourism and new constellations that can expand broadband to the furthest reaches of the globe. Today's decision takes steps to reform our satellite licensing for this new era. And for constellations of up to 10 satellites, we adopt a new framework for authorization. It provides greater certainty than our experimental regime under Part 5 of our rules, while cutting some of the red tape in our traditional Part 25 rules. In other words, we fill a gap in our policies in order to expand the deployment of small satellite-based services in the United States. And this is important. So count me as excited that the chairman has brought this decision before us today. It has my full support. But of course, it's only a small part of the reforms we need for the new space age. A bigger challenge awaits us still. Namely, how can the FCC help reignite the spirit of innovation that culminated in the Apollo 11 mission and help meet our biggest challenges today? To do so, here are 3 things I think we could do right now. First, we need to protect the new space age by addressing orbital debris. In the past year, the FCC has approved over 13,000 new satellites for launch. That's nearly 3 times as many satellites as are currently in orbit today. But we haven't done anything to address orbital debris. When you consider the size of new constellations and the extraordinary number of objects headed to space, you realize we need to address junking up our skies, and we need to do it sooner rather than later. That's why more than a year ago, I called for a comprehensive review of our orbital debris policies in order to mitigate collision risks and ensure space sustainability. We can't keep kicking this down the road or insisting it is the province of other agencies that lack authority over commercial systems. We need to get it done now. Second, we need to enable the new space age with spectrum for commercial launches. Remember, space missions used to be limited to the prowess of our superpowers. This was for good reason. Going to space was out of this world expensive. Missions were awe-inspiring but rare. But this new space age is totally different. That's because new technologies and business models are dramatically bringing down the cost of space launches. The industry is moving towards new launch vehicles, new reentry vehicles, and even commercial spaceports. But it's been 6 years since we began a proceeding to explore the spectrum needs of the new commercial space launch industry, and I think it's time to work with our federal partners to conclude this effort. Third and finally, we need to coordinate in the new space age. Right now, the National Space Council is considering policy changes to promote the growth of the commercial space industry. Their work involves everything from reforming export controls to streamlining licenses. The membership of this group includes a Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, Secretary of Transportation, Secretary of Homeland Security, the Director of National Intelligence, and representatives from the Office of Management and Budget, NASA, and the Joint Chiefs of Staff, among a whole bunch of others, also serve on this council. It's an impressive list. But the FCC should be there. We should have a seat at the leadership table. We are the only agency with licensing authority over commercial systems. cutting the FCC out of this discussion is a mistake and it deserves a fix. Now, our minds have always reached above the clouds, and with the second space age here, I believe we can do these things and help recharge the innovative spirit that resulted in Apollo 11 50 years ago. So let's get to it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Starks.
Mr. Chairman, less than 2 weeks ago, we celebrated the 50th anniversary of Apollo 11 and humanity's first trip to the moon. Check. That mission capped the first space race, which began 12 years earlier with the Soviets' launch of the world's first artificial satellite, Sputnik. Today, we are at the beginning of a new space race, only this time the race involves advanced launch capabilities, small satellites, and the possibility of innovative new services, including the provision of broadband to billions of people around the world. Unfortunately, many of our current satellite rules still date from the dawn of the space age, and today's order is a great start. But the FCC must continue to update its policies to encourage American leadership in this golden age of space exploration. American space companies are innovating in dramatic ways. Improvements in technology and the use of the reusable launch vehicles have changed the nature of the launch industry. And after years where the number of American launches barely cracked the mid-teens, last year alone, we saw over 30 U.S. launches with the promise of far greater increases to come. Indeed, just this weekend, one American company plans to conduct its 8th launch this year. While some of these launches involve traditional large geostationary satellites in high orbits, an increasing number represent a wave of smaller next-generation satellites that will go into low orbits and cost only a fraction of their larger counterparts using fast and smaller state-of-the-art processors. These satellites will provide a wide variety of services, but the area that I'm most excited about is the potential for these satellites to help address one of our toughest and most vexing problems, and that is improving rural America's access to broadband. As industry continues to deploy next-generation communications technologies in our urban centers, at least 21 million Americans currently do not have access to home broadband, which, of course, as we've said today, is a necessity. This persistent digital divide has real-world consequences in terms of opportunities, and we must address this problem now. Congress has charged those of us at the FCC with ensuring that all Americans have affordable access to quality communications services. The most remote areas present a huge challenge. It's certainly true that traditional geostationary satellite operators have and will continue to offer valuable services in remote areas, but as I explained last week in an op-ed in the Orlando Sentinel, this new golden age in space may provide a path forward on the issue of rural internet inequality. And a new generation of operators promise high-speed service via constellations of thousands of satellites in low Earth orbit, and these new providers promise widespread high-speed coverage while reducing latency to the tens of milliseconds, fast enough to support voice and other critical services. And because they don't have the same economic constraints with deploying to rural areas as do terrestrial providers, they can focus on the people most likely to need their service in the most rural parts of the U.S. This new era of space flight is still unfolding, and many questions do, of course, remain. The FCC cannot afford to fall behind on these developments. The risk is truly too high. The potential benefits of these innovative broadband services should cause us to re-examine our satellite rules to determine whether they help or hinder our goal of ensuring broadband access to rural America. We should adopt policies that both encourage investment in the networks we've already authorized while leaving room for new players who will provide new competition and new services. So here are 3 things that I think the FCC can do to help accomplish these goals. First, we need to encourage all operators to develop more spectrally efficient systems. And as launches have become more frequent, we're trying to cram more satellites into fewer and fewer frequencies. To relieve this increasing pressure, we must drive all operators, old and new, to utilize advanced technologies to use spectrum efficiently. The FCC has repeatedly recognized that because spectrum is a limited resource, parties must utilize it as efficiently and effectively as possible. And in the satellite context, new technologies like phased array antennas and adaptive beam forming will permit satellites to target narrow coverage areas more precisely and reuse spectrum many times over to maximize throughput. Today's order takes small but very significant steps in this direction, and the FCC should consider a system's spectrum efficiency as part of a future satellite policy-making initiative, including its review of applications for future NGSO processing rounds. And doing so, I believe, will encourage applicants to use the most innovative technology available while increasing the amount of spectrum available for new entrants and new services. Second, as we heard from Commissioner Rosenworcel, I do believe that making launch as accessible as possible is important, and the FCC does have a critical role in authorizing these commercial launches. Commercial operators currently use spectrum licensed to federal users to communicate with and track their launch vehicles. Operators must therefore work with the Commission staff to obtain special temporary authorizations for each launch. Parties file their STA applications, and then our staff negotiates with the federal stakeholders to obtain the federal spectrum needed for the launch. And if any details of the launch change, which they frequently do, the launch operator must come back to the Commission to go through this process again. This approach may have made sense in an earlier age of spaceflight, when the entire U.S. launch industry launched less than 20 times a year, but we are rapidly approaching a period where a single operator could launch each week. The Commission anticipated this problem more than 6 years ago when it issued an NPRM proposing several ways to provide spectrum for communications during commercial space launches. Since then, that proceeding has laid dormant, and given the increasing pace of launches, I think we need to re-engage and re-energize the rulemaking that we can move forward. And third and finally, as we've heard equally with Commissioner O'Reilly, the Commission needs to think through orbital debris rulemaking, as this item recognizes the issue of orbital debris is a critical one, particularly given the growing potential for thousands of small satellites in low Earth orbit. Because of their numbers, small size, these satellites present fundamentally different risks than traditional satellites, and our rules have not been updated in quite some time, since 2004. Last year, the Commission issued an NPRM on this important issue, and we need to finally drive a result there. The rural internet inequality persists in America despite billions of dollars having been spent at state and federal government investment. The era of satellite service could help address this problem, and encouraging this promising industry takes more than uplifting statements. And like the federal government leaders that brought the success of Apollo 11, the Commission needs to work hard to enact policies that ensure that America wins the new space race. Thank you to the International Bureau for their work. I will approve.
Thank you, Commissioner. Under my leadership, the FCC has been working hard to promote American innovation in space. After all, the space sector has had a major impact on national life, producing new inventions and technologies that have transformed our society for the better. Impelled by the space race, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory developed advanced digital imaging technology. This technology ultimately helped to create computer-aided tomography, or CAT scans, which diagnose life-threatening conditions in American patients every day. The explosive charges used to separate devices on the space shuttle were tweaked and miniaturized to operate the jaws of life, which extricates the victims of horrific car crashes from their vehicles. And of course, who can forget Tang? Needless to say, innovation in space is hard, and burdensome regulations can make it even harder. Despite the fact that satellite technology has diversified dramatically in recent years, from tiny CubeSats to shimmering light sails soaring around the Earth on beams of sunlight, our rules for processing satellite applications have not kept up. We still require small satellites, which have minimal mass and short orbital lifetimes, to jump through the same regulatory hoops as larger, more massive satellites that may stay in low Earth orbit for many years. But there is no reason why a satellite the size of a shoebox, with the life expectancy of a guinea pig, should be regulated the same way as a satellite the size of a school bus that will stay in orbit for centuries. And that is why the FCC today is creating a new streamlined licensing procedure for small satellites. This optional application process for small satellites is grounded in our Part 25 rules. In order to qualify for this process, an application must include 10 or fewer satellites, and those satellites must have an on-orbit lifetime of 6 years or less, a maximum wet mass of 180 kilograms, and other characteristics designed to reduce the risk of orbital debris and spectrum interference. Those qualifying for this process would submit a streamlined application. They would be exempted from the Commission's processing round procedures. They would be granted a 1-year grace period from posting of a surety bond, and they would pay a smaller application fee. In other words, they would face a shorter, easier, less expensive application process. Now, this streamlined process would be in addition to, and not a replacement for, the existing processes for satellite authorization under Part 5, which applies to experimental, Part 25, and Part 97, which applies to amateurs of the Commission's rules. And again, no one will be required to use this streamlined process. It can be invoked at the option of those who qualify. My gratitude extends to the many Commission staffers working to make it easier and cheaper to license these small satellites. As Mr. Schlichting pointed out, it's difficult to identify all those who participated, so I'll simply say thank you for all the folks from the various bureaus and offices. It was a tremendous item, a great read, as I mentioned to some of our staff before, and it's going to make a big difference in American innovation in the heavens. With that, we'll proceed to vote on the item. Commissioner O'Reilly?
Aye.
Commissioner Carr?
Approve.
Commissioner Rosenworcel?
Approve.
Commissioner Starks?
Approve.
The chair votes to approve as well. The item is adopted with editorial privileges granted as requested. Great news. We're halfway done. Bad news. We're halfway done. Madam Secretary, to item number 5 we go.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, the fifth item on your agenda today is entitled Carey's Law, Ray Baum's Act Report and Order. The item will be presented by the Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau, and Lisa Folks, Chief of the Bureau, will give the introduction.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And while the team is getting arrayed in front of us, I want to recognize Mr. Hank Hunt, who's here with us today, and Mr. Mark Fletcher. Hank, it's great for you to be here. Thanks for making the trip from Texas. Hope you've learned something about Kansas City barbecue since the last time we talked. Ms. Folks, if you and the team are ready, despite your being in Eagle Green, we recognize you for your presentation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners.
Afternoon.
The public expects that when they dial 911, they will not only reach a 911 call center, but that they will also be found quickly by first responders. This should happen regardless of the technology used or whether the call originates from home, work, a hotel, a college campus, or any other location. As Hank Hunt recounted before you last September, his daughter, Carey Hunt, was attacked and killed by her estranged husband in a motel room in Marshall, Texas in 2013. Miss Hunt's young daughter tried repeatedly to call 911 for help from the motel room phone as she had been taught to do. But the call never went through because she did not know that the motel's phone system required dialing 9 for an outbound line before dialing 911. This tragedy inspired Carey's Law, which the President signed into law last year. Carey's Law requires that multi-line telephone systems, which serve environments such as businesses, hotels, and college campuses, enable users to dial 911 directly without having to dial a prefix to reach an outside line. The President also signed into law Ray Baum's Act, which requires the Commission to consider rules to ensure that a dispatchable location, essentially the street address, floor level, and room number of a 911 caller, is conveyed with all 911 calls, regardless of the technological platform used in making the call. Today, we present a report and order that would implement Carey's Law and establish dispatchable location rules across technological platforms. These actions mark a significant step forward towards ensuring that the nation's 911 system will always be there to provide help to people when they need it most. With me at the table today from the Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau are David Firth, Deputy Bureau Chief, William Beckwith, Attorney Advisor in the Policy and Licensing Division, and Tom Eng, Engineer in the Policy and Licensing Division. I'm also joined by Eric Berger, the FCC's Chief Technology Officer, who provided valuable technical assistance throughout this proceeding. I would like to thank other Bureau staff. My team rocks. For their hard work on this report and order, as well as the many other bureaus and offices that contributed. Mr. Beckwith will present the item.
Thank you, Chief Folks. Good morning, Chairman Pai, or good afternoon, excuse me, and good afternoon, Commissioners. As Chief Folks noted, Kerry's Law requires direct 911 dialing and notification capabilities in multi-line telephone systems, which are typically found in office buildings, campuses, and hotels. Under these rules, multi-line telephone systems manufacturers and vendors must pre-configure these systems to support direct dialing of 911. That is, to enable the user to dial 911 without having to dial any prefix or access code, including such as the number 9. In addition, installers, managers, and operators of multi-line telephone systems must ensure that the systems support 911 direct dialing. The report and order also establishes rules to implement the notification requirement of Kerry's Law, which is intended to facilitate building entry by first responders. When a 911 call is placed on a multi-line telephone system, the rules require that the system be configured to provide a separate notification to a central location, on-site or off-site, where someone is likely to hear or see it. Consistent with Kerry's Law, the report and order establishes February 16, 2020 as the compliance date for these new rules. Next, Section 506 of Ray-Bombs Act requires the Commission to consider rules to ensure that dispatchable location is conveyed with 911 calls to dispatch centers, regardless of the technological platform used, including multi-line telephone systems. Dispatchable location includes the street address of the caller and additional information, such as a room number and floor number, necessary to identify the caller's location to first responders. Consistent with the Act's all platforms approach, the report and order adopts flexible, technologically neutral location requirements for multi-line telephone systems, fixed telephony providers, interconnected voice over internet protocol or VoIP providers, telecommunications relay service providers, and mobile text providers. These providers will be required to provide dispatchable location if technically feasible, but will also have options for providing alternative location information when dispatchable location is not feasible. The report and order also establishes a phased timetable for implementation. Fixed services will have 1 year, and non-fixed services will have 2 years from the date the effective date of the rules to meet the location requirements adopted in the order. The report and order does not change existing dispatchable location rules already applicable to wireless providers. Finally, the report and order streamlines our rule by consolidating the Commission's 911 rules into a single rule part. The Bureau recommends adoption of the report and order and requests editorial privileges for technical and conforming edits. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beckwith, for your presentation. Appreciate your work, or as the chief would put it, you rock. Commissioner O'Reilly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, the Commission adopts an item implementing two different but related statutory provisions in Kerry's Law and Ray-Bombs Act, both enacted by Congress in 2018. When Congress speaks and provides direction to the Commission, it is our obligation to implement its will. For this reason, I will support today's item, and I want to applaud the Chair for all of his hard work over the years on this issue. This notwithstanding, there are some issues with the item I must note. While a good part of Kerry's law section generally appears to implement the statute as written, there's one significant part that doesn't seem to match up. Specifically, the Commission expands the definition of MLTS to include cloud-based IP technology and over-the-top applications that are not contemplated in the statutory definition. I find that problematic and likely unenforceable, even if I'm going to support the entirety of the item. With this approach, it is as if the Commission believes that Congress isn't capable of adding or is unfamiliar with over-the-top apps and the cloud. To add to this, the item justifies this expansion by stating that there is no language in the statute specifically excluding cloud-based IP technology and over-the-top applications from the definition of MLTS. I'm at a loss for words to think that an agency can read any language it wants into a statute if not specifically banned. The Commission also flat out ignores that Congress clearly knows how to broadly apply a statute to myriad technology because the same exact Congress in Ray Baum's Act directed the Commission to look at whether dispatchable location could be transmitted with 911 call regardless of the technological platform used. Congress could have easily done the same in Kerry's law, but it didn't. Maybe it meant to, or maybe it didn't. But just saying that the expanded definition is not banned by law is the worst type of agency arrogance I can imagine. In terms of the Ray Baum's Act portion, Congress told the Commission to broadly consider dispatchable location for 911 calls. Therefore, the question is not whether we can, but instead whether we should or how best to regulate. The Commission has recognized that dispatchable location is the gold standard for 911 location accuracy and has been headed that direction in the context of wireless services, which make up a large percentage of 911 calls and continues to increase. I strongly support providing first responders with the best location information possible, but recognize that in many circumstances, dispatchable location and floor information are not technologically feasible today. My first concern is that the Commission requires different levels of location accuracy depending on technology. As a result of this item, the Commission applies a more flexible location standard for non-fixed off-premises MLTS location accuracy than non-fixed VoIP, even though industry participants argue that determining an approximate in-building location is challenging in both instances, and the standard should be the same. I'm also not sure we got this right, and it's possible the Commission may need to reconsider this issue in the future. Further, there are credible submissions in the record that discuss the possible unintended consequences of requiring outbound-only calls to be connected to 911. When such calls have connected to emergency call centers, the calls have been very short duration, indicating possible misdials or nefarious activity. Instead of dismissing these concerns, the Commission should have considered this further because, as we have learned with NSI phones, once you implement these rules, it is hard to undo them, even when justified. Lastly, the cost-benefit analysis is lacking. It just discusses what we stated in the notice, which is mostly based on comparing the potential cost against the benefit of a hypothetical number of lives being saved based on the flawed value of a statistical life metric. Now that the Office of Economic and Analysis is up and running, I expect better. In the end, the bulk of the item should enhance the safety of the public when it uses MLTS. That should be lauded and applauded, even if certain elements should have been resolved otherwise. I thank the chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Carr.
Hank, I have no idea what it's like to lose a child. I hope never to find out. My sons are the reason why I get up in the morning. My wife and I structure our lives around them, around their needs, around giving them every opportunity for joy, for learning, and for growth. That's what parents do. To lose one of our little ones would be beyond words, beyond devastating, beyond tragic. Strong people could be swallowed up by those emotions. Hank and DJ Hunt did something different when they lost Kerry. They made a promise. In Hank's words, I made a promise to a 9-year-old, his granddaughter, that I'd fix it. Boy, was I scared to death that I'd never be able to hold up that promise. But I found the right people to help me with that. And Hank was being modest. The truth is, Hank went to state legislatures. He went to governors, including his own, Governor Abbott. He brought Commissioner Pai down to Texas and worked with him to push industry reform and change the FCC's own phone system. I even watched with my own eyes as Hank buttonholed a member of Congress to explain a problem that many people didn't understand. The phone systems in large complexes such as hotels, offices, or schools often didn't allow for direct 911 calls. When 911 calls did go through, there weren't proper notifications to staff at the complexes. Staff often weren't trained on to handle those emergencies. Hank said, "We don't teach our children to dial an extra digit or prefix number. We teach them to call 911. Your phone's already capable of doing it," he said. "Make your phone work. Just make it work." Hank kept at it. He started an online petition that gained more than 600,000 supporters. Illinois, Maryland, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Tennessee all changed their laws. Hank was in Austin when Governor Abbott signed a version of Kerry's law for Texas. And on February 9th, 2018, Kerry's 36th birthday, Congress passed Kerry's law for our entire country. Of course, Hank was there in the Oval Office when President Trump signed it into law. As passage of Kerry's law in Congress became certain, Hank for a moment could reflect on the journey from his loss to an accomplishment of protecting so many Americans. He said, "It's going to be hard to figure out what to do the next day when I get up, because every day for the past 4 years has been Kerry's law. Who do I need to contact? Who do I need to call? Am I supposed to be anywhere?" That was a year and a half ago, and Hank's still at it. He appeared in PSAs to encourage schools to comply with Kerry's law at the state level. And it's our great honor to welcome him back to the commission today as we implement at the federal level the law that he's fought so hard for. Hank, we're sorry for what DJ and your wife have gone through. We thank you for your outstanding strength and perseverance through all of it, and for turning your loss into help for others. It's because of your efforts that we apply Kerry's law today. Your daughter's memory will save the lives of other sons and daughters who will never know you, but will be blessed by your family's contributions to our country. And so it's a privilege to vote for your work in memory of Kerry. You have my gratitude, and the item has my strong support. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Rosenworcel.
That was a really lovely statement, Commissioner Carr. In October in 1999, Congress designated 911 as the nationwide emergency number. And today there are more than 240 million calls made to 911 every year. It's the number we count on when the unthinkable occurs. Now, as we know, that's what happened in December 2013 when a 9-year-old girl frantically dialed 911 for help from an East Texas hotel room. That call never went through. What she did not know is that the hotel's phone system first requires dialing 9 just to reach an outside line. That's the worst kind of tragedy because it's a preventable one. And I thank the chairman for bringing this story to this agency's attention and putting the shortcomings of multi-line telephone systems in the spotlight. As a result of his work and people who are in this room today, last year Congress passed Kerry's law, which aims to ensure that multi-line telephone systems like that one in the East Texas hotel room can directly call emergency services by dialing 911 without first dialing an access code. Today, we take steps to implement this new law here at the FCC, and I'm glad the chairman has chosen to do so expeditiously. This will save lives. But this moment is bittersweet, and that's for 2 reasons. The first is our efforts today stem from tragedy. The second is I'm afraid our efforts don't go far enough to prevent another failure like the one that resulted in loss of life in December of 2013. So let me explain. Today's order is meant to ensure that the public can directly call 911 from any multi-line telephone system. But our policies only apply on a going-forward basis. That means nothing in our rules will require that East Texas hotel or any other business operating a multi-line telephone system today to change their system. That's a glaring omission. It's why I asked this agency to adopt rules that will require these businesses to inform the public about the 911 capabilities and limitations of their phone systems. But that request was rejected. It's why I asked to have this agency seek comment on what kind of upgrades to existing multi-line telephone systems would trigger the requirement to comply with our new rules so we could speed the transition to a world where every phone is capable of directly dialing 911. But that request was rejected. It's why I asked that we adopt a timetable for bringing these systems into compliance with at least our 911 location requirements instead of exempting them entirely. Indeed, the record evidence shows that most multi-line telephone systems today are capable of providing location information to first responders, and those that can't need a relatively small software upgrade. There is no sensible reason, then, to allow operators of these systems to continue avoiding these rules. The reality is that in December 2013, a call failed because the caller was not appropriately informed about how to use a multi-line telephone system to reach out for emergency assistance. Now, as new calling systems come to market that are capable of reaching 911 directly, this confusion will only grow. In fact, it's already happening. Just read all the press stories about Carey's Law. Many of them suggest that starting in February of 2020, you will be able to dial 911 from any multi-line telephone system. But we know that with millions and millions of old telephone lines still out there operating on these systems, this is not true. We should be clearing up this confusion. It could save lives. In closing, I fully support our efforts today to ensure that going forward, new multi-line telephone systems will have to implement the 911 direct dial and notification requirements of Carey's Law. I fully support our efforts today to impose technologically neutral, dispatchable location requirements. But as long as there is a phone system in an East Texas hotel or any other building that is unable to reach 911 directly, I think we have more work to do. As long as the public remains unsure how to reach 911 from the very phone that they are using, I think we have more work to do. So I dissent in part because we do not adopt any requirements for enterprises to inform callers about the 911 limits of their phone systems, because we do not provide any guidance about when upgrades to existing phone systems will trigger the rules we adopt today, and because we exempt the embedded base of millions and millions of multi-line telephone systems from complying with location requirements.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Starks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hunt, thank you for your service to America. And you've done one of the hardest things, and that is effectuate change. So thank you for being here today as well. I echo the comments of Commissioner Carr. Nearly 660,000 calls are made to 911 each day. For many callers, that day will be the worst day of their lives. They need to know that their call will go through and that help will soon be on the way. They shouldn't have to think about whether they're calling from their mobile phone, their home line, their office, or their school. They shouldn't have to think about whether they're calling from a new phone system or an old one. All they need to think about is the emergency at hand. I've heard about the importance of 911 services from operators that I visited in Las Vegas this spring and earlier this week when I was in Brooklyn. And time and again, 911 operators told me about callers reaching them in their worst possible circumstances when the lives of friends and family members were in danger and where critical seconds mattered, literally making the difference between potential life and death. And time and again, these 911 operators handled these calls with empathy and with professionalism. Today's item is another positive step in the Commission's ongoing effort to ensure that our 911 system meets Americans' expectations. And with these rule changes, we take a great step forward, but I do believe that we could have done more. Kerry's Law may apply only to systems going forward from February 2020, but the person calling 911 doesn't care or know when her system was installed. She's just trying to reach 911 and that the call needs to go through. I would have supported reasonable notice requirements for legacy MTLS, similar to state laws in Texas and Utah that require placement of a sticker or notice near non-compliant MTLS devices explaining how to reach 911. And I do think that this simple fix could have helped avoid future tragedies like gave rise to Kerry's Law in the first place. On a related note, our rules are too vague about the level of improvements to an existing MTLS that should trigger compliance with Kerry's Law. That's why I supported the issuance of an FNPRM that would have sought comment on this issue. MTLS operators, installers, managers already know enough about their existing systems to anticipate the likely upgrades in those systems, and the stakes are too high to delay action. Finally, consumers expect that when they call 911, emergency responders should be able to find them. This item establishes the automated provision of location information as the preferred approach, but also permits the use of information derived from manual entry or alternative location information such as XYZ coordinates or data from Wi-Fi access points. In the order, the Commission states that that it believes that these other options should sufficiently identify a caller's civic address and approximate in-building location, including floor level and approximate location on the floor. But in some cases, manual entry may not be accurate or possible. For example, if a caller is incapacitated, or if they don't know their floor or location, or if the seconds that it takes to gather and provide that information simply take critical time away from a first responder's arrival. That's why I sought addition of an FNPRM to this item that would have asked how and when we could transition systems relying on manual entry to other approaches. Similarly, I supported the proposal to seek comment on transitioning legacy systems to provide dispatchable location information. The majority rejected these proposals, which I believe would have led to better systems and improved safety. Nevertheless, while not perfect, I believe this item is a very good step forward in improving 911 services. I look forward to the implementation of these requirements. Thank you to the Bureau for your hard work.
Thank you, Commissioner. One man with courage makes a majority. There's some dispute about whether that old saying originated with Andrew Jackson. But today there should be no dispute that Hank Hunt embodies the truth of this aphorism. We've heard the story now about what Hank's daughter and granddaughter went through almost 6 years ago. No one would have blamed Hank and DJ had they dealt with their grief privately and then tried to find a way to move on from this tragedy. Like my colleagues, as a father, I can't imagine how the days and months following Kerry's passing must have been for all of you. But Hank wasn't finished. Instead, he launched a petition for change. He demanded that action be taken to solve the problem that led to his daughter's death, and even took a few minutes out of his day during that dark winter of 2013 to talk to a certain FCC commissioner to highlight the problem and to ask for help in finding a solution. What began with one man in East Texas soon became a nationwide movement, and that nationwide movement eventually led to congressional action. Kerry's Law passed the U.S. House of Representatives by a vote of 408 to 0, and it passed the United States Senate without any objections. One man with courage didn't just produce a majority, he produced unanimity, and given the state of politics in our nation's capital these days, that is one heck of an accomplishment. And then on February 16th, 2018, President Trump signed Kerry's Law in the Oval Office. Hank and I were there that day, and Kerry's daughter, now 13 years old, was there as well. She had the chance to speak with the president, and I had the chance to speak with her. It was a pretty special event that I will never forget, as Hank and I exchanged a hug in the West Wing lobby. And with the president's signature, the baton was then passed to the FCC, and we began to run with it. Last year, we proposed rules to implement Kerry's Law, and today we are adopting those rules. In particular, these rules will make it easier for Americans in hotels and office buildings and on campuses to dial 911 and reach help that they need in an emergency. And they'll make it more likely that when a 911 call is placed, an on-site notification is provided so that an employee can help speed response times when emergency personnel arrive. We're also adopting rules to implement another piece of legislation, the Ray Bombs Act, which requires the conveyance of dispatchable location with a 911 call, regardless of the technological platform used. This is another important step forward that will help emergency personnel find 911 callers more quickly and will save lives. But today, I think the spotlight should be on Hank. Today brings to a close the legislative and regulatory journey that traces back to a Marshall, Texas hotel room. None of this would have been possible without your strength and fortitude, Hank. Had you not chosen to embrace this issue and demand action, there would be no Carey's Law. And we would not be here today taking the final steps to implement this piece of legislation. But you did act, and we are here. And so nothing that we can do, of course, can ever bring back Carey, but because of what Hank has done, Carey will not be known only for her tragic death. She'll be remembered as the inspiration for the law bearing her name and the rules that we are adopting and the lives that will be saved. I never had the privilege of meeting her, of course, but from speaking from those who did, I think that's a pretty fitting legacy. And it's been secured by the efforts of one man with courage who made a majority. Before closing, I'd like to thank you and your family for the graciousness you've extended to me. When I speak with students and young people around the country and they ask me, what has been your most gratifying moment of public service? I don't pick some of the very extensive and arcane and obscure 100-page orders that we have developed here at the FCC. I pick your story because I think it illustrates, especially in the digital age, how one person can really make a difference both outside and inside this commission. I'd also like to thank Commissioner Carr, who worked very hard on this issue when serving as a legal advisor in my office, and a very special thanks to the FCC staff who furthered Carey's memory by working on this important item. I hope folks know that we really mustered the resources across this entire agency to implement this legislation. In fact, I think it might set the record for the number of bureaus and offices who collaborated, from the Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau, from the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau, from the Enforcement Bureau, from the International Bureau, from the Office of Communications Business Opportunities, from the Office of Engineering and Technology, from the Office of General Counsel, from the Office of the Secretary, from the Office of Economics and Analytics, from the Wireline Competition Bureau, and from the Wireless Telecommunications Bureau. You have my gratitude for helping save lives with these important measures. With that, we'll proceed to a vote on the item. Commissioner O'Reilly.
Aye.
Commissioner Carr.
Approve.
Commissioner Rosenworcel.
Approve in part, dissent in part.
Commissioner Starks.
Approve in part, dissent in part.
The chair votes to approve as well. The item is adopted with editorial privileges granted as requested. Thanks for the excellent work. Thanks, sir. Like I said, he's still wrong about barbecue. So. Good to see you, man. Madam Secretary, can you please take us, that is fantastic. Can you please take us to the next item on the agenda?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the sixth item on your agenda is entitled Auction of Toll-Free Numbers in the 833 Code. The item will be presented by the Office of Economics and Analytics, and Julie McHenry, Acting Chief of the Office, will give the introduction.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Ms. McHenry, welcome back to the table. The floor is yours.
Thanks. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. The Office of Economics and Analytics, along with the Wireline Competition Bureau, is pleased to present for your consideration a public notice establishing the procedures for the upcoming auction of over 17,000 toll-free numbers in the 833 code. We would like to thank the Auctions Division for their hard work on this item, as well as our colleagues in the Wireline Competition Bureau and the Office of the General Counsel for important contributions. We would also like to thank the staff of the Toll-Free Numbering Administrator, SOMOS, who is designated as the auctioneer for the 833 auction, for all of his hard work with us in preparing for the auction. Seated at the table with me this morning are Gary Michaels, Deputy Chief of the Auctions Division, Scott McCool, Attorney Advisor in the Auctions Division, Chris Monteith, Chief of the Wireline Competition Bureau, Pam Arlock, Chief of the Competition Policy Division of WCB, and Matt Collins, Attorney Advisor of the Competition Policy Division. Scott will now present the item.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Commissioners. With this public notice, we are making significant progress toward the first ever auction of toll-free numbers in the United States. This auction of 17,638 numbers in the 833 toll-free code will serve as an experiment in using competitive bidding as a way to efficiently and equitably assign toll-free numbers. The public notice adopts specific procedures to promote the transparency and efficiency of the auction, and to reduce the potential for conflicts of interest and anti-competitive behavior by participants. For example, the public notice limits potential subscribers to participating in the auction through only a single application of their own or through responsible organizations known as RESBORGs. Applicants are also prohibited from engaging in certain communications with other applicants, similar to the prohibition that applies in Commission Spectrum and Universal Service auctions. The public notice also prohibits agreements among applicants related to the toll-free numbers being auctioned, and applicant RESBORGs cannot enter such agreements with any other RESBORG. Those interested in bidding in the 833 auction must submit an application between October 7th and October 18th. The information provided in the applications will promote transparency in the auction process and provide applicants with information to comply with the prohibition on certain communications. Also, to ensure bidding by only serious qualified bidders, applicants must submit an upfront payment of $100 for each toll-free number on which they wish to submit a bid. Bidding will occur on December 17th and will be a single-round sealed bid victory auction, in which the winning bidder for each number will be the bidder with the highest bid, and that winning bidder will pay the second highest bid amount for that number. Somos, as the auctioneer, will accept and process the bids for the auction and announce the winning bids. Finally, to help the Commission evaluate the operation of the secondary market, Somos will collect limited additional information on secondary market transactions for any 833 numbers that were assigned through the auction. The Office of Economics and Analytics and the Wireline Competition Bureau recommend adoption of the public notice and request editorial privileges extending only to technical and conforming edits.
Thank you, Mr. McCool, for your presentation. We'll now turn to comments from the bench, beginning with Commissioner O'Reilly.
I thank the chair. I'll submit a longer statement and just speak briefly. Following a great deal of hard work, this item should be the Commission's final step in effectuating our 833 toll-free code auction experiment. And if all goes according to plan, we should see a very quick auction in mid-December for up to almost 18,833 numbers. Holding this auction should provide us with concrete insight into how much interest actually exists for that set of toll-free numbers. Consider me very interested in seeing if the auction breathes new life into this 1990s era idea. I thank the chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Carr.
No statement, thank you.
Commissioner Rosenworcel.
Thank you. No statement as well. I appreciate the work you've been doing on this.
Commissioner Starks.
Tremendous work. No statement from me either.
Ruthless efficiency on this item. No statement here either. Thanks to the staff for the great work. We'll go directly to a vote. Commissioner O'Reilly.
Aye.
Commissioner Carr.
Approve.
Commissioner Rosenworcel.
Approve.
Commissioner Starks.
Vote to approve.
I approve as well. The item is adopted with editorial privileges granted as requested. Thanks very much for the great work. Madam Secretary, to the next item we go.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, the seventh item, entitled Implementation of Section 621, will be presented by the Media Bureau, and Michelle Carey, Chief of the Bureau, will give the introduction.
All right. Is Michelle here?
Or maybe not.
I don't see her.
Or perhaps.
I can just wing it.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, the Media Bureau is pleased to present the following item on his.
All right.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Yeah. Ms. Heller, we will turn to you as a very able fill-in for Ms. Carey.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners.
Today, the Media Bureau
presents.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No worries.
It's going at such a slow pace. I didn't know. Great. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Today, the Media Bureau presents a third report in order that interprets key statutory provisions of the Communications Act regarding the cable franchising process. In so doing, we seek to faithfully interpret the Act and remove regulatory obstacles to broadband investment and deployment by cable operators. Joining me at the table are Martha Heller, Brendan Murray, Maria Malarkey, and Raylan Remy of the Media Bureau's Policy Division, and Michael Carlson of the Office of General Counsel. Raylan will present the item.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, we are pleased to present this third report in order that responds to the remand of the Sixth Circuit and interprets restrictions set forth in the Communications Act on how state and local governments may regulate cable operators and the services they provide over their cable systems. First, the Commission concludes that cable-related in-kind contributions required by a cable franchise are franchise fees subject to the statutory 5% cap on franchise fees set forth in Section 622 of the Act, with limited exceptions, such as for certain capital costs related to public, educational, and governmental access, or PEG channels. Second, the Commission concludes that under Section 624 of the Act, local franchising authorities may not use their authority under Title VI of the Act to regulate the provision of most non-cable services, including broadband internet access service, that an incumbent cable operator offers over its cable system. Third, the Commission holds that Section 636C of the Act preempts any state or local regulation of a cable operator's non-cable services that would impose obligations on franchised cable operators beyond what the Communications Act allows. Finally, the Commission concludes that requirements that concern LFA regulation of cable operators should apply to state-level franchising actions and state regulations that impose requirements on local franchising. The Media Bureau recommends that the Commission adopt this third report in order and requests editorial privileges to make any necessary technical or conforming edits. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Remy, for the presentation. We'll now turn to Commissioner O'Reilly.
I imagine everyone's got longer statements on this one, so gear up. As I've stated many times since we began the media modernization effort, the video marketplace is changing dramatically, and each step we have taken to update anachronistic and clunky regulations makes it slightly easier for regulated entities to compete with their unregulated competitors. Though much work remains, I look forward to continuing the effort. At the same time, and as we see in the background of today's item, it is unsurprising that other stakeholders, such as franchise authorities, also feel their own pressures due to the changing market dynamics, whether budgetary or political. They too seek ways to either continue their past practices unabated or seek ways to maximize returns on their regulatory roles. However, Title VI of the Communications Act places important restraints on the reach, and unauthorized expansion of the statute is flatly wrong and must be held in check. The courts have agreed, and I'm pleased that today we make strides towards answering the Sixth Circuit by addressing three main areas raised in or affected by the remand. First, the order rightfully counts cable-related in-kind contributions against the statutory cap. Failing to do so would effectively render the statute's restraints meaningless, or nearly so. Critics may argue that local franchise authorities have the weaker position when dealing at arm's length with video providers, but the record and experiences show otherwise. There are numerous examples of where video providers lack the ability to say no to voluntary waivers of the 5% cap, having no recourse but to agree to all manner of in-kind contributions, ranging from providing all the necessary equipment to produce PEG programming in New York City to supplying transport lines to cover ice cream socials in Minnesota. There are many examples in the record, but the point is failure to agree to such terms could result in jeopardizing the franchise, and that is a risk many companies simply cannot afford to take. The Commission's role is to interpret and enforce the statute based on the record, and today we appropriately define cable-related in-kind contributions to prevent end runs around the statutory cap. Second, the order also correctly preempts state-level franchise authorities who would seek to obliterate the statutory bounds that are in place. Unfair and unreasonable fees and contributions beyond 5% of gross revenues for cable services conflict with the law, whether the franchisor or franchisee is a state or local actor. The statute itself explicitly refuses to restrict states from exercising jurisdiction over cable services. In fact, about half of all states have authorized state-level franchise authorities. There is no good legal or policy reason for restraining the activities of local franchisors while allowing state authorities to continue unbound. And I thank the chairman for including this matter in the NPRM so we could go to order on it today. Third, there are two issues regarding PEG contributions that could revive or receive further attention as the record more fully develops. Well, I would have preferred a narrower definition of capital costs, limiting such contributions to construction costs for PEG facilities. The item does acknowledge today that the current record has room to grow, leaving us an option to revisit this matter in the future. Similarly, we clearly acknowledge the need to resolve the PEG channel capacity cost question and expressly commit to doing so within the next year. This is a vital endeavor, so I thank the chairman for working with me on this matter and look forward to admittedly complex and rigorous undertaking. Separately, and perhaps most significantly, the item properly rejects the ability of state or local governments to impose franchise fees on non-cable services. Any inappropriate cable determinations, such as Eugene, Oregon franchise case, have wrongly tried to open the door to the imposition of such fees on other services offered by what have traditionally been called cable operators. However, the statute is quite clear on the matter, and the item appropriately clarifies that franchise authorities can only regulate cable services. Today's action closes off potential revenue for franchise authorities from non-cable services, which is the right statutory reading. Further, allowing these entities to usurp the statute by imposing free fees on the offering of broadband services would ignore the resulting harms to consumers. For instance, Congress has recognized multiple times that allowing governmental fees and taxes does affect internet adoption rates. Given that almost everyone recognizes the importance of broadband availability, deterring its use would be at best counterproductive. Moreover, without such a limitation, there appears to be no outer limit to the types of non-cable services for which a cable operator could be forced to pay fees. Today, it's broadband in the crosshairs, but tomorrow it could be cloud services or over-the-top services, for example. Finally, I'll end with 2 points regarding the judicial and legislative implications of today's item. On the matter of applying today's order to existing franchise agreements, I worry that we're punting too much of the burden to the overworked courts and would be better served by delineating a clear process under the Commission's purview. However, I support the efforts of my colleague Commissioner Carr to make Section 636 controlling, which will at minimum provide a clear starting point for negotiations. I would also note that I support my colleague's effort to clarify the provisions of this order that should not and cannot be waived. We'll all be closely watching to ensure that no franchise authorities seek to make end run around our reforms contained in this order by demanding that franchisees waive any of the provisions. Regarding the need for legislation, I hope that Congress will take note of our effort today and consider launching an ambitious but much-needed review of Title VI in its entirety. We are bringing the regulations more in line with the statute today, but a more wholesome review of the ecosystem will be well served by a rewrite of the statute and an acknowledgement of the current market realities. But this item shouldn't and won't be the end of our work to eliminate outdated rules and scale back inappropriate actions by state and local franchise authorities. For our media modernization initiative, I'll be submitting soon a new round of ideas for the chairman's consideration. On a larger scale, I'm hard at work on a blog outlining the fundamental overhaul needed to address our outdated franchise regime and the need to further curtail creatively harmful efforts by franchise authorities. I thank the chair, and I will approve the item.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Carr.
Thanks. If you tax something, you get less of it. Yet politicians around the country have been treating Americans' broadband bills as a piggy bank to line government coffers. Those illegal taxes only raise our costs, make it harder to access the internet and cut back on competition. Today, we vote to end this outlier conduct. Doing so is not only required by federal law, it's the right thing to do. Policymakers at all levels of government should be making it easier and less expensive to build out broadband infrastructure. That's why this FCC has been eliminating regulatory costs and cutting red tape. It's so that next-gen networks can be built, increasing competition and choice. Regulatory reform matters, and not just in some abstract or theoretical sense. We know it from our own experience. Take this commission's actions to get the government out of the way so the private sector in the U.S. can build 5G. We modernized the federal historic and environmental rules that apply to small cells. We addressed outlier conduct at the state and local level by tackling high fees and long delays in the permitting process. Combined, those two decisions cut about $3.6 billion in red tape that had slowed down broadband builds and limited competition. In fact, those and other FCC reforms are already delivering results. Internet speeds are up nearly 40%. Americans saw more fiber broadband built to their homes last year than ever before. The number of small cells put up increased from 13,000 in 2017 to more than 60,000 in 2018. Investment in broadband networks is back on the rise, and the U.S. now has the world's largest 5G deployment. We know the opportunity that broadband enables, from creating jobs to improving access to high-quality health care and education. That's why, as policymakers and regulators, we must always view broadband as an opportunity for consumers, not the tax collector. And that brings us to today's order. Congress recognized decades ago that excessive fees and in-kind demands could threaten innovative services and lead to higher prices. That's why Congress capped franchise fees at 5% of cable revenue. Congress wanted to encourage voice and internet service offered over cable systems by shielding those services from undue taxes and regulation. The Commission knows well that outlier fees and restrictions limit build-out. We saw that in small cells where big cities leverage their monopolies over rights-of-way to demand exorbitant fees and concessions wholly unrelated to the costs of rights-of-way. And we're seeing a similar dynamic here with cable franchising. Some local franchising authorities have taken advantage of their role as regulators to force providers to offer free service to municipal liquor stores and government-owned golf courses. Others have imposed broadband and voice taxes on top of existing franchise fees. And still others have required providers to obtain entirely separate franchises to provide Wi-Fi and cellular backhaul, even though they're already authorized under existing franchise law. This abusive behavior has consequences. Money that could otherwise be spent on network builds and upgrades, it's diverted to the government's own pockets. Ultimately, consumers take the hit, whether it's higher priced cable bill or decreased investment and competition in their communities. An economic analysis shows that without reform, illegal taxes will reduce consumer welfare by $40 billion by 2023. So I'm glad we take these steps today to crack down on bad actors who seek to tax broadband and thus provide less access and competition for us all. I'm also glad my colleagues agreed to some edits that have strengthened this item to further protect consumers from harm. First, we now make clear that illegal franchise terms are per se preempted under the statute, which will help bring franchises into compliance more quickly. Consumers shouldn't have to pay higher prices while protracted negotiations take place. Their cable bill should simply reflect the law. Second, we make clear that Wi-Fi and wireless services provided over the cable system are exempt from duplicative fees, which will encourage providers to invest in more of these 5G-ready services. Third, we affirm that franchising authorities may not ask cable operators to voluntarily waive these regulatory reforms as a negotiating tactic or to perform an end run around the statutory franchise fee cap. And finally, we ensure that in-kind contributions requested by franchise authorities are calculated at their fair market value, because consumers shouldn't have to pay more for cable service than the governments who represent them. These and other edits I requested help ensure consumers are protected from higher prices and that more money is spent on the investments needed to bring more broadband to more Americans. So I want to thank my colleagues for expanding the relief we provided. I also want to thank the Media Bureau for all its hard work on the item. It has my support. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Rosenworcel.
Do just a bit of research on the state of local journalism in this country, and you'll see stark headlines with words like decline, shrink, and crisis. These headlines are not fake news, because according to the Associated Press, more than 1,400 cities and towns across the United States have lost a newspaper during the last decade and a half. And this kind of trend actually extends beyond newspapers, because over roughly the last decade, newsroom employment, the reporters, editors, photographers, and videographers who work day in and day out to publish, broadcast, and report local news in this country, have declined by 25%. This downsizing deserves attention. While national news is on so many of our screens, local journalism is disappearing. This has consequences. The loss of a local outlet means there is no one to report on the day's events. Coverage of the school board doesn't take place. Highlights from the local football game go unreported. Investigations into property assessments and local corruption fall by the wayside. But these are the facts that help keep us informed as citizens and provide us with the news we need to help make decisions about our lives, our communities, and our democracy. I think this context matters. And this context is important for today's decision, because this agency should seize opportunities to reinvigorate local news gathering and community coverage. In fact, that has traditionally been a hallmark of FCC media policy. But on that score, today's decision misses the mark. That's because it cuts at public educational and governmental channels across the country. It goes beyond placing reasonable limits on contributions subject to the statutory franchise fee and jeopardizes the day-to-day costs like staff and overhead required to run such operations. I'm not the only one with this concern. Take a look at the record. We've heard from thousands of communities across the country worried we are cutting the operations of so many local channels. I'm saddened that this agency refuses to listen. I think their pleas fell on deaf ears because this agency has convinced itself that by making these changes, we will see more broadband. They insist that funding these local stations and related efforts damages the ability of our nation's largest broadband providers to extend their networks to communities without high-speed service. But comb through the text of this decision. You will not find a single commitment made to providing more broadband service in remote communities. There is no enforceable obligation to expand broadband capacity. There is no agreement that any savings from today's action is pushed into new network deployment. I think this absence speaks volumes. That's because, in the final analysis, this decision is part of a broader trend at this agency. Washington is cutting local authorities out of the picture when it comes to infrastructure. You see it here in the way we limit public educational and governmental channels and public safety services like iNets. You see it in the way we cut local officials out of decisions about wireless facilities deployed in their own backyards. You see it in the way that just last month, we preempted a local law designed to increase broadband competition in a city where residents were crying out for more choices for internet access. I don't think this is the way to govern. I believe the way we are proceeding is at odds with our long legal history and tradition of dual sovereignty in the United States. I think instead of speeding our way to the digital future, it is slowing us down, increasing our division, and diminishing the dignity of local institutions. I dissent.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Starks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of our primary responsibilities at the Commission is to ensure that spectrum, a scarce public resource that underscores our broadcasting industry and our wireless communications, is distributed equitably and in the public interest. However, spectrum is not the only public resource integral to the deployment of our communications networks. Access to public real estate and property is similarly critical. Specifically, public rights-of-way managed by states and municipalities fuel the build-out of our networks. Providers need access to this resource to dig trenches, to lay conduit, and reach homes. For decades, state, municipal, or local governing bodies have been recognized as the arbiters of the use of this valuable public resource, and this recognition formed the basis of the Cable Act, which spawned our local franchising rules and allowed providers to come freely to local franchising authorities to negotiate the use of public rights-of-way. Historically, LFAs have sought, and cable providers have agreed to, a fee for the use of this public property along with other public interest terms. In return, providers have been able to run profitable businesses, acquiring new customers, and reaping hundreds of billions of dollars in revenue. I dissent from today's item because it threatens the ability of states and municipalities to manage their local affairs through an improper reading, I think, of the statute. The expansive and unprecedented reading of the term, quote, franchise fee in today's item significantly devalues the use of public rights-of-way and could within months threaten long-settled and franchising agreements across the country. And in so doing, it puts at risk a careful balance developed over many decades between the interests of providers and local communities that they serve. Thousands of federal, state, and local leaders have submitted substantive comments in our docket pointing out how our action today will frustrate other important goals of the statute and target certain terms negotiated into franchise agreements that are of great importance to our local communities. From free or discounted services to schools or government buildings to institutional networks or INETs, which are viewed as critical infrastructure by many cities and relied upon to support government functions and public safety communications, much is at stake. Additionally, the item itself recognizes that it will shake the very foundation of another statutory priority, that is the provision of public, educational, or governmental PEG stations, which the item notes provide critical and unique local service to communities across the country. Perhaps the most significant departure in today's item is the expansive new reading of the term franchise fee for the purpose of the statutory cap on such fees. The term will now broadly include cable-related in-kind contributions. This new interpretation of the statute will upend decades of settled regulatory determinations and innumerable franchise agreements currently in place across the country, and cause a seismic shift, I think, in the relationship between LFAs and providers, maximizing providers' leverage and minimizing the ability of LFAs to secure adequate services for their local communities. This Commission's unilateral decision to avoid the words and intent of our statute expands on the definition of franchise fee in this proceeding, I think, is puzzling. As numerous commentators have noted, and I agree, our mandate seems clear. Section 222 of the Act caps franchise fees at 5% of the cable operator's gross revenues from the provisioning of cable services. The term franchise fee is given a straightforward definition in the statute, quote, any tax, fee, or assessment of any kind, close quote. And if the plain meaning of the words used raised any question about whether we're talking about money or some other type of contribution, the legislative history included a strikingly clear clarification. Quote, in general, this section defines as a franchise fee only monetary payments made by the cable operator and does not include as a fee any franchise requirements for the provision of services, facilities, or equipment, close quote. On this issue, it's clear to me we're talking about money. And it is true that the Sixth Circuit returned this issue to us on procedural grounds with dicta, considering whether the term franchise fee can include non-cash exactions in narrow instances. However, as even the court noted, notwithstanding its brief exploration of the definition of the words at issue, quote, that the term franchise fee can include non-cash exactions, of course, does not mean that it necessarily does include every one of them, close quote. The item's reliance on that brief discussion to support today's line drawing exercise in the face of a clearly worded statute and congressional intent, I think, is not appropriate. What does this really mean for communities across the country? It means that freely negotiated franchise terms agreed to by cable providers in addition to franchise fees, and arm's length negotiations with LFAs across the country will almost immediately be treated differently now than they have for nearly 35 years. As a result, the value of local public rights of way will be immediately diminished, limiting the ability of local authorities to raise revenue and support important programs. And at its core, this means that difficult choices will need to be made by the local leaders, contrary to the public interest due to our reading of the statute. Here are just a few examples. In Durango, Colorado, there are worries that reductions in funding will likely mean its PEG channels will be cut altogether, leaving the city without a way to warn citizens when a disaster strikes. PEG channels were used to alert citizens when 3 million gallons of mining sludge leaked into a major river which flowed through the middle of the town. A PEG station's drone was used to obtain video, track the progress of the spill by local emergency management officials. Later, PEG channels were used to advise of evacuations and road closures when a wildfire broke out north of the city. I was in New York City earlier this week, meeting with city officials, and was told that they worry greatly about the impact of today's item on its future INET, a network that has become so integral to city services that it will be nearly impossible to replace. The FDNY uses INET for critical public safety communications, among other things, and every city agency is plugged into it in some fashion or another. Our record is clear. The services negotiated in local franchising agreements are incredibly important and reflect a significant value associated with permission to use public rights of way. When it comes to PEG channels, I can't say it any better than the item itself does. Quote, a significant number of comments in the record stress the benefit of PEG stations, which include providing access to legislative processes of the local governments, reporting on local issues, providing a forum for local candidates for office, and providing a platform for local communities, including minority communities, close quote. Free or discounted service to cash-strapped schools, provision of critical INETs, discounts to vulnerable communities. All of these franchise terms advance the public interest and are a small imposition given the value received by providers in franchise negotiations. I think our action today is not supported by law or precedent and risks grave harm to these local communities. In short, today's item jeopardizes the public interest and threatens to significantly alter the ability of state and local governments to determine how best to serve their communities. I believe this item will no doubt end up in litigation, and I believe the court will find that the majority's decision today is at odds with clear congressional direction. I will dissent.
Thank you, Commissioner. The author Scott Turow famously said in the book 1L, The Turbulent True Story of a First Year at Harvard Law School, that reading law is, quote, something like stirring concrete with your eyelashes. And in few areas of law is the stirring more difficult than statutory interpretation. The canons of statutory construction are not plot points in John Grisham thrillers, and I doubt they will feature in next year's Legally Blonde 3. But as an agency charged with implementing the laws passed by Congress, statutory construction is fundamental to the Commission's work. Now, thankfully, some issues of statutory interpretation are more straightforward than others. For example, today we decide that in-kind contributions made by cable operators for the non-capital costs of public, educational, and government, or PEG, access channels count against the 5% cap on franchise fees that is set forth in Section 222 of the Communications Act. Now, I understand that many PEG operators are unhappy with this outcome, but it is the inevitable result of the statute passed by Congress. And here's why. The statute plainly defines a franchise fee to include any tax, fee, or assessment of any kind. It then sets forth two exceptions to that definition relating to PEG channels. For franchises that were in effect back in 1984 when the statute was passed, there is a broad exemption for, quote, payments which are required by the franchise to be made by the cable operator during the term of such franchise for or in support or the use of public, educational, or government access facilities, unquote. But for franchises granted later than 1984, the exemption is much narrower, covering only, and I quote again, capital costs which were required by the franchise to be incurred by the cable operator for public, educational, or governmental access facilities. Now, this legal framework tells us two things. First, given these specific exemptions, the 5% cap and the associated franchise fee definition does not include a general exemption from cable-related in-kind contributions. Congress could have, but did not, create one. And the specific exemptions would be simply unnecessary if there were such a general exemption. The Supreme Court has made clear that it is, as it's put it, reluctant to treat statutory terms as surplusage in any setting. So are we. Second, this framework tells us that with respect to post-1984 franchises, capital costs are the only PEG costs that are exempt from the definition of franchise fees. Understandably, PEG operators and many local governments in this proceeding would like to benefit from the broader exclusion. But that's not what the statute says. The broader exemption, by its plain terms, only applies to franchises that were in existence back in 1984. Congress was clearly aware of the distinction between existing and post-1984 franchises when it established these exemptions, and we don't have the authority to rewrite the statute to expand the narrower post-1984 exemption. This is statutory interpretation 101. Now, to be sure, all of the issues of statutory construction addressed in this item are not as easy as this one. But in each instance, we carefully parse the statute and arrive at the right result. For example, we correctly affirm that local franchise authorities, or LFAs, may not regulate the provision of most non-cable services, including broadband internet access service offered over a cable system. And we find that the Act preempts any state or local regulation of a cable operator's non-cable services that would impose obligations on franchised cable operators beyond what Title VI of the Communications Act allows. Now, obviously, some local governments that are eager to keep biting at the regulatory apple object to this outcome. But the question of preemption is squarely addressed by the law itself. Section 636C of the Communications Act explicitly provides that, quote, any provision of law of any state, political division, subdivision, or agency thereof, or franchising authority, or any provision of any franchise granted by such authority, which is inconsistent with this act, shall be deemed to be preempted and superseded. Not should, not may, shall. Now, let us suppose, and I know it seems improbable, but bear with me here, that some are not convinced by legal arguments and simply want to allow contributions that the statute explicitly forbids and permit regulations that it explicitly does not permit. The solution is simple. Change the law. The job of administrative agencies like ours is not to rewrite laws set forth by Congress. It is to implement those laws. As the Supreme Court has opined, under our system of government, Congress makes laws and the President, acting at times through agencies, faithfully executes them. The power of executing the laws does not include a power to revise clear statutory terms. So too here. Now, looking beyond the law, today's third report in order is good for American consumers as a matter of policy. And that's because costs imposed by LFAs through in-kind contributions and fees imposed on broadband internet access service get passed on to consumers. Local governments have not cracked the secret to a free lunch. Moreover, every dollar paid in excessive fees is by definition a dollar that cannot and will not be invested in upgrading and expanding networks. This discourages the deployment of new services like faster home broadband or better Wi-Fi or Internet of Things networks. So by simply insisting that LFAs comply with the law, we will reduce costs for consumers and expedite the deployment of next-generation services. Good law and good policy. My thanks to the dedicated staff who worked on this important item from the Media Bureau, Michelle Carey, Martha Heller, Maria Malarkey, Brendan Murray, Raylan Remy, and Holly Sauer, and from the Office of General Counsel, Susan Aaron, Michael Carlson, Maureen Flood, Tom Johnson, and Bill Richardson. We really appreciate your efforts on this issue. We will now proceed to vote on the item. Commissioner O'Reilly?
Aye.
Commissioner Carr?
Approve.
Commissioner Rosenworcel?
Dissent.
Commissioner Starks?
Dissent.
The chair votes to approve. The item is adopted with editorial privileges granted as requested. Thanks for the work. Madam Secretary, the end is in sight. To item number 8 we go.
Okay. Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, the 8th and final item, entitled Rules and Regulation Implementing the Truth in Caller ID Act of 2009, will be presented by the Wireline Competition Bureau. And once again, Chris Monteith, Chief of the Bureau, will give the introduction.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Every time you think you're out, Ms. Monteith, we bring you back in. The floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, the Wireline Competition Bureau is pleased to present for your consideration a report and order that, if adopted, would revise the Commission's Truth in Caller Identification rules to implement the amendments to Section 227E of the Communications Act, adopted by Congress last year as part of the Ray Bombs Act. I would like to thank the entire Bureau team for their hard work on this item, as well as our colleagues in the Consumer and Governmental Affairs, Enforcement, International, and Wireless Telecommunications Bureaus, and the Offices of Economics and Analytics, Communications Business Opportunities, and General Counsel for their review and helpful feedback. Seated at the table from the Wireline Competition Bureau and the Competition Policy Division are Lisa Hone, Deputy Bureau Chief, Pam Arluck, Division Chief, Melissa Kirkle, Deputy Division Chief, and Anik Manoon, Attorney Advisor. Anik will now present the item.
Thank you, Chris. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. American consumers continue to be plagued by nefarious schemes that manipulate caller ID information to deceive consumers about the name and phone number of the party that is calling them in order to facilitate fraudulent and other harmful activities. In just the first 6 months of 2019, the Commission received over 35,000 consumer complaints about caller ID spoofing. Section 227E of the Communications Act prohibits the provision of misleading and inaccurate caller ID information with the intent to defraud, cause harm, or wrongfully obtain anything of value. In amending that statutory provision, Congress recognized the need to protect American consumers from fraudulent and harmful spoofing activity, some of which is occurring through means other than traditional phone calls placed within the United States. The second report and order, if adopted, would revise the Commission's current Truth in Caller ID rules to implement the amended Section 227E and continue the Commission's multi-pronged approach to protecting American consumers from illegal spoofed robocalls. The order, first, would extend the reach of the Commission's current Truth in Caller ID rules to include covered communications originating outside the United States that are directed at consumers within the United States. And second, would expand the scope of communications covered by the Commission's Truth in Caller ID rules beyond telecommunications services and interconnected VoIP services to include text messaging and alternative voice services, including one-way VoIP services. The Bureau recommends adoption of this second report and order and requests editorial privileges extending only to technical and conforming edits. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation and for the astounding feat of memory. I'm very impressed.
Thank you.
We'll now turn to comments from the bench, beginning with Commissioner O'Reilly.
Agreed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I stated many times before, a serious obstacle in ending illegal robocalls is that so many of our perpetrators are based overseas. According to UMail's robocall index, a high portion of travel scams originate in Guatemala, Mexico, and Costa Rica. Medical brace scam calls are known to originate in the Philippines and Latin America, and India is notorious for hosting IRS and Social Security scam callers. This list is by no means exhaustive. Overseas scam artists are constantly seeking new ways to steal Americans' hard-earned money, and new host countries will continue to be identified. In some, eliminating illegal international robocalls entering the U.S. is a real challenge, especially as the Commission continues to ramp up efforts against domestic scammers. Therefore, I appreciate the work of Congress in creating new statutory tools to target international illegally spoofed calls. In other words, calls that intentionally falsify caller ID information for the purpose of tricking consumers. This added authority will enable the Commission to work more effectively with our international counterparts to curtail these harmful and fraudulent calls. While I am grateful to Congress for this mandate, I must admit that some of the new statutory provisions give me pause. As I expressed before, the expanded extraterritorial jurisdiction may prove difficult to execute in uncooperative nations and come back to bite us in other contexts. In addition, the definition of text messaging and voice services are broader than my liking and may cause future unintended consequences. Despite my preference for narrower statutory language, I don't believe it's my role to challenge the wisdom of our elected legislature, and I fully support the item because it is generally a faithful attempt to implement Congress's directive. However, one way we could have heeded the law more sensibly would have been to exclude application of our new rules to short codes, given the apparent lack of evidence, necessity, and notice. With my request to strike the application of the rules to short codes didn't quite make the cut, I appreciate the draft's new language, cabining regulation of the technology to the truth in caller ID context. In the end, I'm hopeful that this is the first step of many in authorizing the Commission to take action against foreign fraudsters who target Americans over the phone. I thank the Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Carr.
Good, thanks.
Commissioner Rosenworcel.
You think robocalls are getting worse? You're right. The start of this administration, there were about 2 billion robocalls a month, and now there's roughly 5 billion a month. There's not a lot of good news in the escalating mess of robocalls, but there's this. Congress has taken note. And last week, the House of Representatives passed a bill that provides this agency with new tools in the battle against robocalls. The Senate did the same earlier this year. Plus, our decision today implements legislation that Congress passed last year in the Ray Baums Act to help hold accountable those who make illegal robocalls from overseas. As a result of our work today, the FCC will be able to assess fines on international bad actors who use fake caller ID to send malicious calls to the United States. This closes a loophole in our existing laws, so it represents real progress. Still, let's not kid ourselves, because despite all this activity, the calls are still tumbling in and consumers are fed up. It's time for a stronger approach. I think it's time to follow the money. There's work underway in the industry to identify the network source of robocalls. It looks like this. Say there's a call from Florida to Oregon. To get this communication from one coast to the other might require multiple phone companies handing off the call between one another as the call traverses the country to reach its destination. This is a lot like taking a series of connecting flights on different airlines to travel across the country. And finding where illegal robocalls start in this system requires reverse engineering these handoffs to trace back those calls in order to determine where they were first put on the line. Figuring out where a call originates is important because the carrier at the start of the call path may have a financial incentive to allow illegal robocalls to get on the line, or they just might find it convenient to take the money and look the other way. Through this traceback process, we can pinpoint the carriers that are the source of this problem and then put them on notice that they are facilitating bogus calls. That sounds good. But to date, there is one thing missing, and that's the FCC. There is no public process for holding carriers who put this junk on the line accountable. There needs to be one. I think it should start with the FCC naming and shaming the carriers responsible for letting these nuisance calls onto the network. In other words, we should use the traceback process to shine a light on the worst offenders. Next, the FCC could bring its enforcement authority to bear against carriers aiding and abetting robocallers. This could start by declaring that originating callers that actively and knowingly facilitate illegal robocalls are engaging in an unjust and unreasonable practice in violation of the Communications Act. This would make it possible for the agency to really penalize carriers responsible for these calls and, even if necessary, revoke their authorization to provide service. This course of action is what we need right now, because by following the money, we can trace these annoying calls and help put a stop to them for good.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Starks.
Mr. Chairman, I would be very brief. And thank you for the hard work of the team. I'm, of course, excited and pleased that the Enforcement Bureau will have greater ability to target harmful calls coming from outside of the United States. I deeply believe in that work as a former enforcement attorney myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. In the first half of this year alone, the FCC received more than 35,000 consumer complaints about caller ID spoofing. Whether it is neighborhood spoofing, which makes it look like an incoming call is from a local number, or spoofing the number of a company or government agency that consumers know and trust, scammers continue to hide behind spoofed numbers to deceive and defraud American consumers out of money and personal information. And as a bipartisan coalition of more than 40 state attorneys general has warned, spoofing fraud is by no means limited to traditional phone calls made from within the United States. As they put it, as state attorneys general on the front lines fighting these scammers, we are acutely aware that many of these calls are coming from criminals located overseas utilizing caller ID spoofing, and we are also seeing more scams being perpetrated via text message. Today, the FCC relies on new authority provided by Congress in Ray Baum's Act to update our rules to cover these additional forms of spoofing. First, we extend the reach of our current Truth in Caller ID rules to cover communications originating outside the United States directed at American consumers. Second, we expand the scope of communications covered by our Truth in Caller ID rules to include text messaging and alternative voice services, such as one-way interconnected VoIP services. With these changes, the FCC will be able to go after bad actors who spoof text messages and those overseas who prey on consumers in this country. And with today's second report in order, we continue our multi-pronged approach to combating malicious caller ID spoofing. We've issued more than $200 million in forfeitures and proposed another $37 million in fines for violations of our Truth in Caller ID rules in the last year alone. We've established rules allowing voice service providers to block certain spoofed calls before they reach consumers' phones. We've recently made clear that phone companies may legally offer call blocking services by default. We've called on the phone industry to trace back illegal spoofed calls and text messages to their original sources, and we've demanded that they implement by the end of this year a caller ID authentication framework known as Shake and Stir. We've recently proposed creating a safe harbor for call blocking programs, targeting unauthenticated calls, which may be potentially spoofed. And we've proposed to mandate the implementation of Shake and Stir if major voice service providers fail to do so by the end of 2019. But we recognize that much work remains to be done, and we will not relent in our efforts to fight the persistent problem of spoofing fraud. For their work to protect American consumers from what former Senator Hollings once called the scourge of civilization, I would like to thank the terrific staff of the Wireline Competition Bureau, the Wireless Telecommunications Bureau, the Office of General Counsel, the Office of Economics and Analytics, the International Bureau, the Enforcement Bureau, and the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau. Terrific work on this item. With that, we'll proceed to a vote. Commissioner O'Reilly.
Aye.
Commissioner Carr?
Approve.
Commissioner Rosenworcel?
Approve.
Commissioner Starks?
Approve.
Chair votes to approve as well. The item is adopted with editorial privileges granted as requested. Do any of my colleagues have any announcements at this time? Commissioner O'Reilly.
Belabor the afternoon if I can.
What's another 30 minutes?
Next week, Team O'Reilly says goodbye to our intern for the summer, Chris McGill. He's one only of a handful of interns that have been with me over the years, and we're pleased that he agreed to join our office this summer. Chris has a very diverse background, Michigan Tech, American Military University, and now law school as a rising 2L at University of Colorado. But more impressively, he served as 8 years as an Air Force pilot, flying one C-130 special ops missions. In our office, he worked on so many issues, including media modernization and KidVid and wireline items. He is returning with his wife and one-year-old to Boulder, and he's going to work with the great Dale Hatfield. Chris, we want to thank you so much for all your work this year and this summer with us, and we wish you all the absolute best in your future. Thank you so very much.
I also want to recognize our interns that are heading back after being with us for the summer. It was a surprisingly fun and helpful experience to have this particular group of interns on board for the summer. Shelby, Francis, and Andrew, they all did really, really great work. Shelby, she's headed back to Boulder, Colorado for her final year in law school, where she's pursuing an entrepreneurial law certificate. And after graduation, Shelby says she wants to work in antitrust law. During the summer, she got to work on some of the 2.5 gigahertz proceeding and other efforts to help build out internet infrastructure. So thank you, Shelby, for your work. Francis, who I'm told had to head out already today, he's an Atlanta Braves fan, and so we had a good back and forth during the summer with the Braves outpacing the Nats for the most part, but we'll see how that ends up. He also helped us out a lot on some of our Spectrum work and on the cable franchising decision that we had before us today. So thank you, Francis, for your work. And finally, Andrew McLaughlin. He'll be returning to GW for his 2L year, where he'll take classes on telecom, tax, IP. He claims that he enjoyed helping on the OTARD, E-rate, and mapping issues. We'll have to put him up to a lie detector test to verify if that's true. He admitted, though, that he did not enjoy the FCC's style manual for commission document citations, but he says it did help him prepare for life on the Federal Communications Law Journal, where he'll be serving or continuing to serve. So thank you, Andrew. We wish you well. Thanks.
Yeah. Mr. Starks.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me begin with some bittersweet news. A few weeks ago, I had to say goodbye to Renee Coles. There is Renee. Please stand.
Yay.
Renee. Renee is a longtime FCC employee, served in Commissioner Kopp's office, was kind enough to volunteer to help get me set up. She's done an outstanding job organizing our operations. She's going back to payroll and benefits office. But Renee, you were an indispensable part of my team. You carried so much water, and I could not have done it without you. Thank you for your help. Also saying goodbye to my summer interns. I did previously introduce them, but Michael's already left. Brylan, Mo, and Matt, thank you for all of your help. Yeah, stand and be recognized there, yeah. You all and each of you have done excellent work this summer, and you've really helped me punch above my weight. You have each punched above your weight, so thank you for your help and service. And then finally, I'd like to introduce my new special advisor, Elisa Valentin, who is here. Elisa is going to work with me on internet inequality issues, emphasis on rural communities, low-income communities, communities of color. She joins my office from Public Knowledge, where she was their Communications Justice Fellow, and during her time at PK, she advocated for policies from a social justice perspective, worked alongside the public interest community and policymakers to expand broadband deployment. Prior to PK, she served as a legislative fellow for Congresswoman Yvette Clarke, an intern for Commissioner Clyburn, has an outstanding academic record, a PhD from Howard, a master's degree in journalism from Northwestern, and a bachelor's degree from the University of Florida. She hails from Tifton, Georgia, but considers herself a Gator for Florida-Georgia football games. Thank you for joining Team Starks.
A few announcements from our office as well. We also have, unfortunately, some departing interns. Brett Baker, who is not here, he has his priorities in a different place. He decided to go back to school to study and to do on-campus interviews. But Brett was a terrific addition to the office, worked on a whole bunch of different issues, enthusiastic about plunging himself into all kinds of new projects. And Brett, really appreciate the work you did for the office over the summer. Peyton Alexander, who is still here, this is his last meeting. Peyton did a fantastic job over the summer, showed a particular aptitude for and interest in all things relating to space. So we worked on the small set item, some NGSO items, and just generally informed us about all kinds of things that I had no idea about when it came to space. He's also our first Twitter verified intern, which is a pretty interesting feather in the cap. So, Peyton, you're just a fantastic person to have around the office. We wish you well as you return to Harvard Law School, and do keep us posted both on your exploits, both here and out in orbit. We also have a new addition to the office, Montana Hyde, who is my new confidential assistant. Montana joins the chairman's office from the White House, where she spent 2 years serving as the director of youth correspondence. She had taught, as I understand it, preschool and college, which gave her an interest in handling youth correspondence over in the executive branch.
Should serve her well in your office.
I knew there was going to be some snark. I wasn't sure who it was going to come from. Thank you, Commissioner O'Reilly, for plugging that in. There's always one. Yeah. Previously, Montana served as the executive assistant to the chief executive officer at the American Legislative Exchange Council, working closely with state legislators. She received her bachelor's degree in human services from Old Dominion University, go Monarchs. And interestingly, she also is a huge fan of Game of Thrones. And when I asked her which character she identified herself with, she mentioned Daenerys, Stormborn, of course. And hopefully, in our office at least, she won't meet the same fate that Daenerys did in that ill-fated last season. But Montana, you've already been a terrific addition to the office. Much needed smiling face when I stumble into the office during my bike ride in the mornings. I really appreciate the work you've given us, and look forward to continuing to work with you. With her entry, Andy Rohn, who had been supporting me, will return to supporting Matthew Berry and Nick Degani. Good luck to you, Andy, is all I can say. But Andy, who is Delaware's finest, just is a fantastic person, super down to earth. I can't say enough about what a good person she is and what a great worker she's been. Same with Deanne Irwin, who had been supporting Matthew and Nick. Liberation is nigh. She'll now be returning to support the advisors in our office. And Monica Alexander, who had been working to support the advisors, will be returning to the office as well. All of them have just been a terrific addition to our office. We're really glad that they were able to spend some time there. And with that, I believe we are done. So I will turn to our august secretary to announce the date of the next Commission open meeting.
The next agenda meeting of the Federal Communications Commission is Thursday, September 26, 2019.
With that, we are adjourned.
Yay.
Thanks for sticking around. Happy August. I think if some reporters wanted to come line up, if you have any questions, if you don't mind coming to take a seat up here, we are going to get started. If everyone could please take your conversations outside and be seated, we're going to get started with the chairman's press conference. Hey, sure, yeah. Is that good? Okay. Awesome. Just kidding. No, it's right here. No, you're good. All right, everybody. We are going to go ahead and get started. Thanks for sticking around. We have the chairman's press conference. He's going to make some opening remarks and then take some questions. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to the chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Pelkey. On my first day as chairman, I said that the FCC's #1 priority under my leadership would be closing the digital divide and bringing the benefits of the internet age to every American. Over the past 2.5 years, we've taken a number of significant steps toward that goal. We've modernized our regulations to make the business case for deployment easier. We've made it easier and cheaper to gain access to utility poles. We've eliminated unnecessary regulatory obstacles at the federal, state, and local levels to the deployment of wireless infrastructure. We've cleared the path for a new generation of satellite internet services, which could help us reach our hardest to serve areas and inject more competition into the broadband marketplace. We've modernized our universal service programs, better targeting funding to areas that had no access and boosting competitive bidding by opening our reverse auction to providers of all types. These reforms allowed us to award money to connect over 713,000 unserved homes and businesses nationwide for just 30% of our projected cost to reach these areas. And today, by beginning the process of the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund, we are taking our single biggest step yet to close the digital divide across this country and connect millions more rural homes and businesses with digital opportunity. The Rural Digital Opportunity Fund would provide $20.4 billion over the next decade to support high-speed broadband networks in rural America. We build on the successful reforms of last year's reverse auction and go beyond them. The new program would increase the minimum speed for supported service, and it would favor faster services with lower latency, like gigabit internet access. We've seen significant progress toward closing the digital divide over the past 2.5 years. In 2018, fiber was deployed to more new homes in the United States than any year ever. Small cell deployment more than quadrupled. Average fixed broadband speeds were up 40% year over year. Investment in broadband networks was up about $3 billion in 2018, the second consecutive annual increase. And in 2017, the last year for which we have figures available, 8 million Americans had access to fixed terrestrial broadband at baseline speeds for normal internet usage. Now, without a doubt, we have still more work to do to connect every American with digital opportunity. But these are signs that our agenda is producing positive results. And with today's vote, we are taking another major step towards achieving the goal of closing the digital divide and bringing all Americans into the digital economy. Very proud of the efforts the Commission took today, and I would open it up to any questions you might have.
John. Hey, John Hendel with Politico.
Hi.
Just wanted to quickly check in about the 24 gigahertz auction, kind of the discussions with the Commerce Department, given Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross had said in late June that there was kind of a workable compromise he thought was maybe being reached, and then I think the FCC said that was not quite the case. Is the FCC any closer to that, and how are conversations going lately? Has that shifted at all in recent weeks?
What I can say is that I'm very pleased about where things stand on the 24 gigahertz band as of today.
Thank you.
Monica? You good? No question? Not right now. Okay.
Ben Nully with AgriPulse Communications. On the data collection proposal, Commissioner Rosenworcel had some concerns about there not being a national broadband map, or looking at that. What is the status of getting that developed, or where are we at right there?
I would defer to the Wireline Competition Bureau for the specific status of that, but the main focus of the digital opportunity data collection obviously was to rethink the Form 477 process, and I think the steps that we took are going to dramatically improve our understanding about where broadband is and where it is not, and in particular, getting more textured understanding about partially served areas. I hear all the time when I travel around this country, including to agricultural lands, farms, ranches, and the like, that, look, you know, the guy down the road from me might have broadband, but I don't. Why do you consider our entire neighborhood served? I mean, that's a very common complaint. We understand that concern, and we are now addressing that complaint with the digital opportunity data collection. And so I think that fundamental reform we are adopting is going to serve folks in rural America, and in particular, folks in the agricultural industry extremely well.
David?
Commissioner Pai, Dave Shepardson from Reuters. Given the DOJ recent approval of the Sprint T-Mobile merger, it's the first time we've had a chance to talk to you since then. Can you respond to the state AG lawsuit that says the deal will cost consumers about $4.5 billion? Can you tell us why are you confident that DISH will be able to create a fourth competitor in this space? And when do you think the order will actually be circulated to your fellow commissioners?
Okay, so three different questions there. First, I can't comment on pending litigation, so beyond whatever I've already said about the state attorney general lawsuit. Second question was
on DISH.
Oh, the pro-competitive interest. Yeah, aside from DISH, I think you had a question about the benefits, and we believe, as I've said previously, that the commitments we've gotten from the parties and especially, for example, nationwide deployment of 5G to some 99% of the country within 6 years, the in-home broadband offering, and some of the other benefits will be very much in the public interest, and there's been bipartisan support for that position, not just from the FCC, but also from Congresswoman Anna Eshoo, former Commissioner Minion Clyburn, and from other Democratic lawmakers around the country. With respect to the third question, that's one of the issues that the Department of Justice has addressed. We will be evaluating. I believe the DISH is a credible and serious buyer, that they have an incentive and ability to compete. And there are also, as well, some provisions that would require them to do so with some penalties if they don't. So I'm confident that the deal will be in the public interest.
And on the timing issue, when will the order be circulated?
Soon.
Soon.
Chairman Matt Danavan, Communications Daily. Going back to broadband mapping, while the mapping stipulated that it's all about where deployment is, but at the same time, a number of critics had said this would be far much more effective if there was also consumer pricing data included in the mapping. Why wasn't consumer pricing data incorporated in this? Is that something that should be done for the FCC? Is there how could this be, I guess, incorporated in the mapping, or why wasn't it?
Well, look, the ultimate goal of broadband mapping is to understand where broadband is.
Right.
That's pretty simple. And so I guess that would be my number one answer, is that, look, we're trying to figure out, with as much granular data as we can get, where broadband is available and where it is not. That enables us to take some pretty fundamental decisions on the universal service side. And that's one of the reasons why we're very excited about the digital opportunity data collection. I would leave it to others to figure out, okay, what else we would like to collect information on. But for the purposes of this data collection, the touchstone of that data collection is availability, and that's exactly what we were focused on.
I'll pass, thank you.
Okay, have a great summer.
All right, I'll turn it over to Mark for the Bureau press conference. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, I think we will go through all of the wireline items first, of which there are many. And there'll be a changing cast of characters as we do that. So why don't we, any questions on the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund? No? Okay. Oh, Monica? Okay.
Can you talk about some of the...
Yeah. Okay, hold on one second. Yeah.
I'm interested in any changes there were from the draft NPRM, and in particular, if you're asking new questions or looking for new information from people who will comment.
I think you heard in some of the commissioners' statements that they did make requests of the Bureau to accommodate some of their interests, and we did do that. I'm not going to enumerate all of them. The item will be out shortly.
Thank you.
Okay. The next wireline item is the data collection. Are there questions on the digital opportunity data collection? Matt?
I guess same sort of question. Between what was voted on today and the draft, significant changes?
I don't want to characterize the nature of the changes. There were changes that were made in the draft, again, in response to requests from the various commissioners' offices and also in response to ex partes that we received. And we do envision getting the item out quickly. Other questions?
And then the next item would be the telehealth item. Are there questions about telehealth? Okay.
I'm sorry. Can you talk a little bit about the new tier that was added?
Get the team up here. You want to take that one?
Can you repeat the question?
Can you tell me about the new tier that was added? I think they said last night there was another tier.
So the item will come out in a couple of days, but the new tier is an Alaska-specific tier intended to demonstrate the extreme costs of providing broadband service in Alaska.
Would it be specific to off-road communities?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. The next wireline, so we're going to skip over some of the other ones. Toll-free numbers, are there questions on the toll-free number auction? Okay, and finally, the Truth and Caller ID Ray Baum's Act item, are there questions on that item? Okay, wireline.
Thank you.
You're dismissed. Let's go back to international satellites. Any questions on International Bureau on the satellite, small satellite item? Okay. Kerry's Law. All right. And then the final one is the Media Bureau, the Franchising Authority. Okay. Media Bureau is, yes, here we are.
Dave Shepherdson from Reuters. Did the Media Bureau attempt to estimate or forecast the value of these in-kind contributions, either on a per, across the board or on an average basis?
The Media Bureau did not do any estimations, and I don't recall whether there was much record evidence of that. There was some filings in the record that detailed that, but we did not do any independent study.
So mostly anecdotal, it sounds like, because I didn't see any numbers in the record.
Is that right? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay.
Matt Danneman, Com Daily. Commissioner Carr had proposed, I think, 10 amendments to the item. Were all of them? Do you know if all of them were incorporated in what was passed today? Were there ones that didn't get in?
You should probably address that question to Commissioner Carr, but we did make significant changes to the item based on the edits from the Carr office.
Anything further? All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And Commissioner Carr and O'Reilly are here right now, so.
Well, hello, everyone. Still here. Can we answer any questions you may have?
I've got one. Commissioner O'Reilly, you haven't seen the formal order yet on Sprint T-Mobile because it hasn't been circulated yet. But given what DOJ has done, are you in a different position from where you were before about whether you can say you're going to support the deal?
I'm returning to my previous position is not to comment about these transactions. I was only forced to on the previous circumstance. I'm going to try and get back to my old place and just refrain from commenting and look forward to seeing the item when we get there.
Okay.
Commissioner O'Reilly, during the small sat licensing, you had mentioned that an urging of that you brought up orbital debris kinds of issues. What's your understanding of where the orbital debris proceeding is right now at the FCC? Is it being acted on? Is it being moved at all?
Well, I think you should talk to the IB and the Bureau folks to get a more specific take on that. But my understanding is they are continuing to work with different agencies to try and find the right balance of that where the jurisdiction lies and the expertise is different between the different agencies. And so I think they're working through some of those things and then done the substance on where they exactly could land. So it is not something I think that is stagnant. It's not rushing forward. That's why I said it's something that shouldn't take, that we shouldn't let lie and should be aggressive on the issue as best as possible while working with our partners.
Thank you.
I noticed that for my part, if you look at the public draft, there wasn't a lot significantly new on the orbital debris front. And that was one of the things that I liked about the item, because I think I'm perhaps differently situated than some of my colleagues. And I think we have to have a next generation of orbital debris rules in place to make sure that this issue is addressed. But I've expressed some skepticism before that, someone should do it, but we want to make sure that the right people are doing it. And so it's one of the things that I liked about this item is that it doesn't go down that path that I've expressed some skepticism about.
Was there any discussion among the commissioners or the staff to respond to the letter from the senators asking to pause the rural healthcare program report and order?
Well, I have to, defer to staff. I didn't, those are not me, so I don't know exactly what conversations. But I think that the idea, has been out there for a time period of whether the item should be delayed. I think we, just took a temperature to see where people were on the topic, and I think all indications are we're going to move forward. And so we worked to improve the item as best, as we thought was appropriate, and landed in an acceptable place.
Was there any discussion with the senators that
I have not had any conversation with the senator's office. They are kind of quite busy on this fine day. But I don't know that they've reached out, so I was still trying to figure out how it all came about. So it was last I knew.
Did you have anything to add to that?
No, I didn't have any direct conversations with Congress on this item, and I don't know who or
But you did
else.
see the letter, both of you?
Yeah, we see all the, the letters are circulated. And
Okay.
so I did see it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Gentlemen, for both of you, on broadband mapping, like I had asked the chairman, obviously the national broadband map is about deployment, but if the FCC's goal is adoption and closing the digital divide, I would think that consumer pricing is an issue in there. Should the FCC be mapping and making consumer pricing data available, and if not through the national broadband map, then how?
Well, I actually agree with the chairman on this, and we talked, our staff's talked about this exact point, is that the first issue and my priority, and I've talked about it for a long time, is availability. And that's, people say, oh, it's not a binary. It is a binary issue. Do you have it or do you not? Does the quality of service you have meet our standard? Is it 25.3? Does it meet it or not? And if not, how do we get service to your location? The price issue is a very important issue, and it gets to a different aspect, and I would love to deal with the price issue. As soon as I get done with availability of all Americans, then I will turn to that issue. But I have people who have nothing, and what we seem to do is trying to get distracted and move over to another topic of whether it's affordable, on what's affordable, and it goes back to a whole range of issues that go into that aspect. So I don't know, I haven't been too supportive of going to a different direction on our new data collection process, and I'd like to see focused. I think we may have added some questions to the PRM, but I'd have to check with staff on that. Anyone else? Further questions? Anyone else? We had to lunch.
Is there anything you want to say about some of the changes that were made to either the RDOF or the Rural Healthcare Program from their drafts?
Well,
on the healthcare program in particular, I talked about one ask that I put in that we were able to change the item, which is there were a lot of issues that the item walks through in terms of a lack of predictability and uncertainty under our prior approach. We try to address a lot of those through the item already with moving to more objective criteria as opposed to sort of subjective standards. That was in the public draft. One thing that I saw is that the application window for participating in the program was too close to the start of the funding year. So that contributed to an issue where the funding year is started, providers are offering service, hospitals are receiving service, and there can continue to be uncertainty about does it get reimbursed and at what level. So by moving forward the application window, which I think everybody supported at the commission, that helps address that and create some more certainty so that on day one, people know what their reimbursement is going to be. And I thought that was an important change that you'll see in the item when it comes out.
Thank you.
Well, I would just add that I worked extensively with the chairman's team on both items and I talked about all those pieces that we were able to get and those issues that didn't exactly get resolved in my favor in my statements, and the list is long and on the agreements and few on the disagreements. But even when the points to be disagreed, they were still acceptable to me, places that I could fully vote for them.
Thank you.
The other point, obviously, on the RDOF funding item, I think a lot of commissioners on their own asked the chairman to add some more granularity. So as the public draft said, every community that has less than 25 megabits fixed is basically treated as the same. I think many colleagues asked, is there another way to look at that more granularly to make sure that we're hitting the right initial priorities. In that prioritization process that a lot of us pushed for, I also asked to see comment on whether there's a role for looking at mobile broadband as part of that prioritization as well, as opposed to just fixed broadband. So I was glad to see that. And then in the mapping item, pushed to get a little bit more emphasis on USAC being able to lean on commercial vendors to validate the data rather than potentially purely just being USAC that run that process. So I think leaning on those commercial vendors that a lot of us already trust in our own lives could help improve that validation process.
And with RDOF, was there any change in the language regarding satellite or the weight with which you will measure things like latency or?
No, but no. It was an issue that was contemplated and didn't play out that way. But I would say, what I spent a great deal of time with is addressing the issue of those that have no service today, the old, what we were calling the RAF areas, those the hardest to reach. And I went through multiple different works to try and address that. We're posing questions on whether it should have some kind of, do you need to add more to the reserve price, some kind of bump up that make, entice even further carriers or providers to serve those areas. And so that will be explored as part of the item. And so some really good work went there to really get to home and really address the needs of those unserved.
And when you look at adding mobile to as a possibility in RDOF, do you worry about things like the homework app or things that might be harder to do with a mobile device rather than a fixed line to the home?
I'm not in the context of the edit that we asked for this
Okay.
item. This is purely just opening it up so that the public can tell us, is it a good idea to consider
It's just a
mobile
question.
as part of prioritization? Is it a bad idea? And I'm open to either outcome. I just wanted to make sure the public had a fair shot to give us their feedback on that.
Okay, thank
Look,
you.
on mobile issues in general, I've said that if you look at the number of reports and surveys have shown that those without internet access or previously didn't have internet access have turned to mobile as a solution and use that aggressively. And so I've been very supportive of adding that into multiple different rounds. I've had disagreements with some of my colleagues on this issue, but I think mobile is a very important conversation. We'll probably have another round as we get to this year's broadband report. So I think mobile is part of that and has to be part of that conversation. And to say that it can only be fixed, it can only be the solution, I think that's a misnomer and a wrong approach.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Carr, one last question. On local franchise authority item, were there any of your suggested edits, the gang of 10 that did not get any?
I believe that we had movement on all the edits that I put on the chain to some degree, and the item obviously will be public, and you guys can run a red line and double check that. But yeah, we had movement on all the asks that we put up.
So no orphan items, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
No pun intended. Orphan item. You'll get it later. Anyone else? Any questions any further? John Donnelly, anyone? Okay, all right. We'll see you in 8 weeks.
Yep.
Have a good summer.
You too.
All right. Anything?
With the RDOF and PRM, can you talk about some of the new questions that you're asking, answers you're looking for?
Well, I'll start by saying I had a collection of concerns with that. In the first instance, I think what we are doing is just repackaging the Connect America Fund and rushing $16 billion out the door. I think instead of doing it that way, we should fix our data first. We should fix our maps first. It's widely known that the information we have about where broadband is and broadband is not is flawed. Why would we be pushing dollars out the door without fixing that information first? So the way I see it, it needs to be maps before money, and we don't do that here. And that is a fundamental flaw in what's been proposed.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ben Nully with AgriPulse Communications. You also had some concerns in the rural health care order that was approved. Can you kind of elaborate on that?
Yeah. The rural health care universal service support mechanism is incredibly important for some of this country's most remote communities. They're ones where hospitals are closing, where health care facilities are scarce, where it is hard to get doctors and nurses to come serve. So they're increasingly relying on communication services to help fill that gap. And the telecommunications program is about half of our agency's rural health care program. It is designed by statute to help support those areas of the country that have rural health care facilities where the cost of getting communications to them just radically exceeds what the cost of that communications would be in an urban area. So that's what the statute has required us to do for more than 2 decades. Now we are scrambling it all up and changing the way that we make those calculations. Now there's reasons to update our policies, make sure that they are up to date. I'm all for that. But the reality is we got to model what we're doing before unleashing it to some of the most remote locations in this country, because if we get it wrong, they're not going to be able to provide health care. They're going to have to close, and that's on us. So in this case, we're putting a new premium on using median rates to determine whether or not particular communications facilities can be ordered. And by virtue of using median rates, it means your outliers don't fit within the cap. And in many cases in rural America, those outliers are because the remote location is so far away that the cost of serving it is radically above what the median is. So this is a function of basic math. We have now cut out some of the most remote locations in this country from this program. And we have not modeled who it's going to harm and what rural health care facilities are going to close. And that's why you saw 15 United States senators from both sides of the aisle write this agency and demand that we stop, slow down, figure out what this looks like on the ground before proceeding. I totally respect the urgency of my colleagues to try to get this going, get it moving, but it's the height of bureaucracy if we just think, well, we'll fix the way that we do the math here in Washington, but we don't actually have to worry about the healthcare facilities that might get shuttered as a result. So I hope that explains it better.
Did it help at all that they added the extra tier for some of the more remote parts of Alaska?
I don't think it fundamentally solved the problem. Getting a brand new analysis hours before we voted on this is not the way to do things when you are dealing with life and death and health care in some of our most remote communities. We should be modeling the impact of these changes to understand if they're going to result in health care disappearing from some remote communities.
Commissioner Rosenworcel, do you have a sense of where the orbital debris proceeding is? I mean, you would urge that it should
I
get
have.
a move
I've been
what's going on?
relentless on that. Look, we've authorized in the last year 13,000 new satellites. That's 3 times as many as are in orbit today. That's crazy. We're going to start junking up our skies. Somehow, we're not doing anything on orbital debris. We're waiting for someone else. Technology isn't waiting. Satellite companies aren't waiting. Innovation isn't waiting. This agency has to get its act in order and develop new policies for orbital debris. If the next space age is going to be all that it can be, we're going to have to figure out how to develop policies today that prevent collision risk in the future.
But, I mean, the FCC has a proceeding on that. Do you know what's going on with it?
It's just too slow. Entrepreneurs in space are moving fast. We have launches that are taking place regularly, and this agency is proceeding like it's the last space age. We've got to fix that. We've got to move faster.
Are you any more encouraged about the Sprint T-Mobile deal now that you see Dish in the picture?
I don't actually have a decision before me at this point,
You
so
don't have anything to read?
I don't have anything to read, and I remain skeptical that it is good for consumers, good for competition, and good for the economy. All good? Thank you. I hope you all get lunch.
Thank you very much.